Oh, son of a gun, first try. Well, wonders never cease.
Well, you know
The other
why.
weird thing, this mic's gonna break too. In fact, this might go tonight. This one doesn't look good.
Well, you know
The other
why.
weird thing, this mic's gonna break too. In fact, this might go tonight. Bang. There we go. Fix that. What was I gonna say? I shared to the exact number of places this week as last.
Mhm.
Last week, I got a warning from the Facebook police that I was spamming, that I was going to be blocked from using any groups. Yesterday, nothing. So that just shows this algorithm is crap, or at a minimum indiscriminate, which might be a better word for it. Do I have Tums in here? Bollocks. I thought I had some Tums in here because we're going to need them. Oh my goodness. It's sitting on it all. Copy link. We'll do some sharing. We'll just do it early.
Okay.
All the more video for you to convert, my dear. Can't do that through Pages.
Well, you know, I have to make it worth the paycheck. So
Oh, please. Oh my God, this is gonna give me heartburn. This is terrible. It was so good. I think I put too much soy sauce on it. That's gonna be what to do with it. To choke down some Tums pretty quick. Come on. Okay, let's just do this now. I went downstairs to take my dish downstairs, and Kristen just got booted out of the Zoom that she was hosting. Like, did I do that? I don't think I did, though. I'm on the Ethernet, so I don't think I'm hogging up bandwidth.
she got booted. Wait. She got booted out. Oh, she got booted out.
Got booted right out of a Zoom that she was hosting herself.
Well, isn't
So
her
everybody
name in
went-
this Zoom?
Yeah, but she's not sitting there. I just entered her in. Then if she decides to come and sit, she doesn't have to do any of that.
But isn't it the same sign on for this Zoom? I mean, she can't be in two different Zooms at the same time, can she? On on two different computers. That's what I'm saying. Like her profile.
I don't
I'm
know.
saying that she was booted out of a Zoom. So
She was hosting a Zoom meeting downstairs for work,
okay.
and the computer froze, and she got booted out of it. It shut down.
Oh.
So the however many people that she had in there with her,
Wow.
all got shut out. She was freaking out when I went downstairs, as she should be. But I was just worried at like, ooh, did I do that to you? I don't think so.
No.
Because I'm on the Ethernet.
Well, you're still taking bandwidth no matter what.
Yeah, but I'm not hogging up a bunch of signal.
You are.
So you're trying to get me.
No. I'm
I'm
trying to explain to you calmly that you are on, she is on, and if she's on wireless, then I don't know if she was on wireless or not, but
yeah, she's going through Wi-Fi.
Oh.
I'm directly connected.
She should be plugged in as well.
There's all that. tiny bit early for groups. So let me go get some Tums. All right, be right back. Oh, forgot to do that. My God.
It's amazing. We still have a green shield.
Yeah, he's not going to be here.
Oh,
He's going to be here today. Some weird spam emails today. Okay. Where was I? Groups. Mhm. It's even cooler when I can read the screen. It's interesting from last week. It seems like we may have been missed. There's a number of groups seem to be approving things. It's growing. Which is lovely. You know what? God, bloody hell. Wait, did that. I think this iPad is just about done. Okay. So I have a few minutes to check. I think we're okay. 114. I think I doubled up on some folks by mistake. Whoopsie, whoopsie. Oh, heck, 5 o'clock. We should probably go live soon. Hey, like we know what we're doing. We should probably do that soon. Oh, let me take these off so I can see what I'm doing. What am I doing? $501. Let's go, kids. Let's kick it off.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who brings a job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. Cause it's Kennedy, 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 for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. And it's Kennedy, 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 for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair?
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley. in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States, North American continent, Western Hemisphere, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for the 26th of February, 2023. Last Sunday in the short month of February, last Sunday of Black History Month. Waiting on some winter weather here in the Lehigh Valley. Let's get through the business end first. Let me send a bit of an apology to our Facebook group friends. Some of your groups, I may have doubled up a bit on the sharing part of the program because my share list disappeared in the midst of me doing it. And then when I was able to bring it back up, the people I had already shared to, it looked like I didn't. So I couldn't remember where I started and where I left off. So some of you may have gotten repeats from me. I apologize. I'm not trying to jam up your group. I say every week that without your kindness, without you allowing us into your groups, where would we be? We would be, you know, the proverbial tree falling in the forest. We don't want to be that in any way, shape, or form. You know, if nobody's listening, we can't be here. So if I did double up on any of your groups, please, I apologize. Please be patient. It was just a little, I almost said it was a little finger thing. I'm not sure that's the way I want to put it. But yeah, the list as I was going through to share shut down on me in the midst of doing so. So I didn't really know where I was at. But let's just say this then. Let's get to the business end of the program then. Wherever you might be on Facebook, and we have shared the program to, again, thank goodness, knock on wood, that we continue to do it over 100 different places. Just ourselves this week, we thank you. We are incredibly grateful to you. You don't have to allow us in your group if you don't want us, but so many of you do. And so many of you put us on your private own timelines and pages, and you don't have to, but you do it anyway, and we're grateful for you for doing it. We couldn't do it without you, and so we thank you just very, very much for that. Our deepest and most sincere thanks for you doing that. Wherever you might be watching across Facebook, across the Facebook universe, stay there, stay right there. Whatever group you might be in, just stay there and enjoy. And I will do my best to keep up on your comments and questions wherever across Facebook you may post them. That said, if you would like to come to our home group Facebook page, homepage, that other side of information, I will see your comments immediately and your questions and so on and so on and so on. We are hot101.net. Our name is our web address. Let me move through the business part first. Hot101.net. Our name is our web address. That's all you need to know to listen to us on any type of internet connected device anywhere on Earth and above. Hot101.net. You can listen on your desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, your smart speakers, your smart headphones, your personal audio, your personal assistant devices. I guess I don't think they're called that really anymore, are they? Because you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. You can Bluetooth right to your car. You can Bluetooth to a speaker, Bluetooth to headphones, however you want to hear audio, however you choose to hear it, you can do it with hot101.net. That means also our apps. We have two, and there's a third that works just as well. If you have an Apple device, you can go to the Apple App Store and download the app for hot101.net. If you have an Android, you can go to the Google Play Store. And if you have neither, you can go to the TuneIn Radio app, which is an app that works on any device. I have yet to find one that it doesn't work on. Just go to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you can listen to us through the TuneIn Radio app. And of course, our friends and family at TCP, the TCP Media Group, we thank you for continuing to have us be part of your family and be part of your broadcast day. Let's get to a little bit of news. Big news, probably the biggest news of the weekend. Everybody ready? Right there, kids. Manchester United won the League Cup trophy. Hardware in the trophy case for the first time since 2017, I believe. Manchester United are champions of the League Cup for 2022-23 season. I am thrilled. Anytime you can win a trophy, it's good in football, and I'm very, very happy that we have done so. My sincere apologies to Sock and Democrats. I skipped our meeting this morning so I could stay home, watch United play football, and it was worth it. They were dominated in large parts of this match. Newcastle United played very, very well. And then in about a 6-minute span at the end of the first half, United put 2 in the net, and that was it. That was the scoring, and it's a trophy, and I will take it. It is something to build on. In football, world football is one of those things that you can finish second, and it means almost nothing. You can, because there are no playoffs in the way that all American sports are dripping with playoffs where everyone makes it. The Americans have even tried to Americanize world football, and I advise against it. But they've done it anyway, where half of MLS makes the playoffs. In typical world football, that's not it. You play through the season. Whoever finished first, they're champs, done and dusted. But we do have these other competitions that flow through football through the season. The League Cup is one of them. I should say probably for most teams, it is the least important, but when you are in a possession that United is in now, that Manchester United is in now, that they needed a win. They needed a trophy. They got one. It's a good season. They continue to, and then earlier in the week, they beat Barcelona in the Europa League, so they will continue on to the quarterfinals there. And because that was around the 16th. So they will continue on to the quarterfinals there. That's a big deal. And look, the overwhelming majority of you have no idea what I'm talking about, and to a deeper extent, don't care. But I do. And that's why that's hanging right there. That banner right there is hanging right there. And besides, we talk so many deep, heady, heavy, sometimes depressing topics on this program that it's nice to take a little break every now and then and talk about something like, the winter weather that's coming this way, or there's an astronomy article that I posted earlier in the week where astronomers used the Webb telescope, pointed it back, and found 4 galaxies from from when the universe was very, very, very young, that are all much larger and much more developed than astronomers had ever thought a galaxy could be at that point in the history of the universe. So there's so many interesting things to talk about that are not political. And maybe, football, soccer is not your thing, but maybe astronomy is, maybe the environment is, maybe animal welfare is. But there's a bunch of different things that we can talk about in the first opening bits of our program. Our guests, we're expecting after the bottom of the hour. So we will take you through the opening of our program. Our guests are the co-creators, executive producers, hosts, you name it, of the A&E cable television program called Forgotten Prisoners. And they are starting a second program called Second Chance, Forgotten Prisoners. If social justice means anything to you, you are going to want to hear what they have to say. It is a big deal for a humble, small program like ours to have these folks come and share their time with us, because we are not, we're not huge. We don't have a lot of ad revenue. We don't make money. We certainly don't have the hugest audience on the planet, but yet they have been kind enough to come and talk to us about not just their show, not just the new show, but tell their own stories about the criminal justice system, the criminal justice industry, dare I say, and the work that they do. So they should be joining us after the bottom of the hour. That I want to welcome back. Oh, we should, and of course, the woman who's responsible for unleashing this program on all of you, April Riddick, should be joining us as well. She's supposed to be dialing in to be part of the program, because it was really April that connected me with these folks from Forgotten Prisoners, and she's supposed to be joining us as well. April is running for office, so she is currently and has been out collecting petition signatures. So she, but she will be. We expect her to be there. We expect her to be here, I should say. Expect her to be here at some point as well. And it's never a bad day when April's on the program. Let me see if I can just quickly take you back through a couple of stories that we have been following and that we have posted about on the group page while we have some time to kill. And I should also say, by the way, a very hearty, boy, these new glasses don't really, I don't know if I might have picked the wrong glasses. Let me also, of course, welcome back George to the program, who has been away. He was not able to be with us last week for our long-awaited return, or long-feared return, depending on your point of view. But he is here this week. We are very, very grateful for that. And so welcome home, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm a glutton for punishment. You know that. So
I don't know that there's any other way to explain it, to be honest. I mean, that's pretty much what I'd say about it. Let me just take you through a couple articles that we posted this past week as we wait for our guests to join us again. They should be joining us at or after the bottom of the hour. So let me just take you through a couple things. A day ago, I posted an article from The Guardian. What a shocker. Hey, he posted an article from The Guardian. Yes, an article from The Guardian. An analysis of EPA records done by The Guardian itself has shown that, especially in light of the major train derailment in eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border, the Norfolk Southern chemical train derailment that is poisoning all of the people in its path and in a circumference of it. It is killing wildlife. It's killed all the fish in the streams, domesticated pets. I hate using that term because it sounds so clinical, as if they somehow aren't alive or have souls or something. But folks, dogs and cats, etc., are dying and or becoming exceptionally ill. The people are becoming sick, all the while being told there's nothing wrong, everything's fine. And especially after, to try to keep so many of the chemicals from liquidized, yeah, chemicals from dripping into the waterways, they decided to burn some of it and then just spread it in the air all the further. But I understand the point behind it. And these folks are being told that everything's fine. Clearly it isn't. But what this has done, among other things, to raise attention to the type of man-made combinations of molecules that we have created in this country and around the world, and how the overwhelming majority of them kill us and or at a minimum, are very, very bad for us in just about any form, liquid, solid, gaseous, or otherwise. Well, that's the three. I don't know what the otherwise would be, but you get my point. And that corporations, and all too often our own government, tells us everything's fine. They tell us this, corporations tell us this because they don't want to be held financially responsible for anything. They just want profit. Government tells us that these things are okay because they don't want us to panic, and because they don't want to have to be forced into a position where they actually have to re-regulate these industries, because the industries have paid so much money to buy legislators, write their own legislation, lobby against regulations. And if this Ohio train derailment does not inform you of what I have been saying on this program for 4 years, that is, regulations are not evil. They do not stifle business. They do not stifle creativity. They do not stifle capitalism. Regulations are protections. They are what protect you and I and all of the human residents of this country, and all the wildlife and all the fauna and foliage and forestry and waterways and everything. They are protected by and through legislation and regulation. And when those regulations are peeled back, bought off, weakened, stripped, what happened in Ohio, this is what happens. A train that is 141 cars long, traveling at an uncontrolled amount of speed, with no automatic braking system, a technology that goes back to the 70s, because the Trump regime said it would be too expensive, and it's over-regulation of business. This is what happens. This is exactly what happens. We know better. We really do know better. We truly do. And this is why I argue for regulation as much as I do. Now, again, let's not confuse regulation with oppression. Regulation is protection. Regulations protect us. The EPA and its regulatory ability protects us. Its regulatory disabilities can kill us. Now, when the EPA is gutted, when it is broken, when it is weakened, it's corporations that win. Period. End of story. It's never you and me. And it's never the environment. It's never the plants, the animals, the forests, the streams, the rivers, the lakes. It's never them that win. It's only an extremely tiny handful of very, very greedy people. And that's what this train derailment shows us. That we have been sold this bill of goods, that if we just end if we just end these terribly oppressive regulations, business will monitor itself, because gosh, business is always so much more efficient at everything. That is an entire load of shite. That is a bowl of sour, spoiled milk on top of rotted cereal. It is a lie and it is a myth. Corporations are interested in one thing: profit. Safety regulation, safety protections cost money. And so they don't want to do it. These captains of industry are supposedly so brilliant, so smart. They've built these enormous corporations with huge, historically high global profits. But somehow they're not smart enough to realize that if your product kills people, they might not want to buy it. Will other industries stop using Norfolk Southern because they're going to kill an entire host of people and an entire region on the Ohio State Pennsylvania border? No, because there's about only 7 rail companies left. They don't have a hell of a lot of choice but to use Norfolk Southern. Does Norfolk Southern care about what they did in Ohio? I doubt it. Other than the bad press that they didn't want, that they don't want to have to spend the money to combat. Do I think they care? No. Honestly, I don't. I think they will largely leave it to government to clean up, although I did read that the EPA is going to order that Norfolk Southern will be completely responsible for the cleanup. I guarantee you, folks, it'll be one of the shoddiest cleanups you've ever seen. My guess is they will take a large amount of concrete and or just earth and dirt and throw it over what's ever leaked out and then just walk away and take their chances. In the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 years, if humans haven't destroyed ourselves by then, the government will have to go back and clean up what happened. And you and I, well, I'll be long gone by then, thank God. But our children and grandchildren will pay the price. And who will pay the price even more are the children and grandchildren of the people who live in East Palestine, Ohio. And yeah, by the way, it's Palestine. They keep calling it Palestine on TV. It's Palestine. I suspect the residents don't want it called Palestine for nefarious reasons, which I won't get into. It's a sub-story of the story. So what The Guardian did is they did an analysis of data from the EPA itself. And they did this in conjunction with data held by certain, environmental nonprofits throughout the country. And what they show is that train chemical leak, well, I will read you the first 2 paragraphs. First paragraph and sentence, let's put it that way. A Guardian analysis, I posted this a day ago, so the article itself, I think, is a day old. It could be 2 days old. And again, go to theguardian.com if you would like to read the entire article or come to our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, you can read it there. The article begins this way. A Guardian analysis of data collected by the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, and by non-profit groups that track chemical accidents in the US shows that accidental releases, be they through train derailments, truck crashes, pipeline ruptures, or industrial plant leaks and spills, are happening consistently across the country. By one estimate, these incidents are occurring, on average, every 2 days. So, for as much as we talk about mass shootings in this country, and God knows we should, every 2 days, every other day, there is some sort of chemical release in this country. Every other day, every 2 days. To me, that kind of is every other day. 1 day on, 1 day off. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Every other day, every 3 days, there's some form of chemical release in this country. The train derailment in Ohio is obviously worse than so many of these other non-reported releases. But they are not a symptom. They are the well, you could say they're a symptom of the problem in that regulations have failed. The ones that are left, they are a very clear symptom of this rush, the way we have been convinced as an American populace that if we just lower regulations, that corporations will take care of themselves. No, they won't. No, they're not going to. This Ohio train derailment is exactly why we need many, many more regulations and the reinforcement of so many, many more. Most of the regulations that are violated or routinely violated in this country simply comes from a lack of enforcement, because agencies like the EPA have been gutted of staff and they literally can't afford and don't have the manpower to enforce their own regulations. Exactly the way corporatists designed. The EPA can't come for me for hazardous materials if they can't find me. So if I can buy off legislators and get them to weaken the EPA, I can go ahead and do whatever I want. And we see that that's exactly what's happening. This train derailment is nothing new. This particular derailment is worse than what we're used to seeing. It's certainly worse than the many, many unreported spills and leaks and that happen across the country, as this analysis shows. But this is nothing new. This is normal for our country, but it does not have to be. That's the important thing. It doesn't have to be. We are better than this. We're smarter than this. We know what to do. We know how to keep this from happening. We simply have to have the wherewithal, the stones, the political will to do it. We have to not have politicians who are willing to take the envelope full of cash, and whoever gets killed in the process be damned. And that's exactly what this train derailment is. It's nothing more complicated than that. Large number of legislators, sorry to say, some on both sides, who would rather take the campaign cash and keep an entire region, border region between Ohio and Pennsylvania, alive. They'd rather take the cash than keep those folks alive. And the fish and the trees and the bushes and the dogs and the cats and the birds and everything else. The only good that might come of this, if there is any good at all, and it will be a very harsh take for you to listen to from me, is that these dead red voters in that region will finally wake up and realize that the people they've been voting for don't give a you-know-what whether they live or die. Maybe they'll finally wake up. I pray to God that they do. 5:32 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect live for the 26th of February, 2023, the final Sunday here in the brief month of February, waiting for some winter weather to come our way here in the Lehigh Valley, wherever you might be across the 100 plus places. And we have shared our program across Facebook. Thank you very much for being there. Every single group, every single page, every single individual means everything to us. We do not want to, we could not be here. Let's put it that way. I always get a little convoluted in my analogies, but we could not be here if you are not there. If you don't know how to find us when we are not on the air, our home group Facebook page is That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information. You see it on your screen on George's fancy square, and we are thrilled to have George back in the house again this week. Come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. I can say hello to you, as in Ryan, Patricia, Karen, Randall, of course, And Darlene, welcome. Thank you for being there. I can say hi to you. I will take your questions and comments through the chat right there. We will ask them of our guests. Now, if you are watching our program on any of the other 100+ places we have shared it, stay there, enjoy, no worries. I will do my best to keep up with your comments and questions as well, but I will see them quicker and sooner at our home group Facebook page, that other side of information. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. You can listen to us anywhere on the planet, on any kind of device that is attached, where did I get attached? Connected, he meant to say, to the internet. Your desktops, laptops, your tablets, your phones, your Bluetooth speakers, your Bluetooth headphones. You can Bluetooth in the car. And of course, let's all play America's favorite new game show, because I am a very immature little child who thinks this is very, very funny when I can do it. You can tell Alexa, hey, Alexa, play hot101.net. And I really hope I triggered somebody's Alexa, because it makes me giggle and I think it's funny. And it's nothing more important than that. I think it's funny when it happens. And I did do it once, and now I want to keep doing it because it's funny. And of course, the TCP Media Group, a very important, growing, minority-owned media outlet. There's not enough of them from our own home Commonwealth, the Lancaster area, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So wherever you are, thanks for being there. We could not be here without you. Our guests have arrived. As I mentioned, they would come at the bottom of the hour, and they have been exceptionally punctual. And I'm very grateful, because I am usually never punctual. And it's very nice when other people are. I'm very human in my humanness. Believe me, I know everything that's wrong with me. But that said, thank you all for being here. Our guests are Paul New Royal, John Fitzgerald, Jackie Morrell. They are the everything. And that might sound like an oversimplification, but they really are the everything behind the A&E television program, Forgotten Prisoners. They are the creators, executive producers, hosts, media machine, and they have their own stories to tell. These are not just, well, I will let you tell them. I will let them tell you. I'm really mixing up. Did you see how I mixed up all my words right there?
Yeah.
I will let them tell you who they are. It's not up for me to define anyone, but I will let them tell you who they are. Let's start with the gentleman I am humbled, and I don't use that word lightly, but humbled to consider new friend and new part of this program, and that is Paul. We had a chance to talk earlier this week to arrange this. And Paul, I will remind you again, there are not going to be enough times that I thank you throughout this program. I wish somebody would throw $1 in a bucket for you, because you'd have a few before this is done. But let me introduce you first. Paul New Royal, welcome to the program. And let me ask you the opening question that we ask every guest of this program, certainly every new guest, not always the repeats, we get used to them, but every new guest. Who is Paul New Royal, and how did you get here?
Well, first of all, before anything, I like to give a quick shout out, because a lot of times, people do great things to Operation New Hope. It's a facility where the youths go, and they do their thing far as they help minority individuals or whoever have been in juvenile, whatever, to help. And Leah brought them there, and thank you, Leah, for bringing Operation New Hope to me about the situation that what they doing, and I thank you so much. But getting you to an initial question, my name is Paul New Royal, and I'm here because of a lot of things that happened in my life. I was wrongly incarcerated, by the federal government, Secret Service, and my life been just played out throughout this cycle of life that I've been through. Again, at the beginning, I was born and raised in San Antonio, Texas, with a mother of 9. I said 9 mothers, a mother of 9. So
it's catching. We're all swapping words. I'm spreading it.
And we were so poor, we had to catch fish for dinner. If we didn't catch them fish, we was gonna go hungry that day. But far as this Paul Newtall individual, Paul New Royal, aka Paul Newtall, I must say, I grew up. I started doing a lot of great things. I was a former 3-time world kickboxing champion. I trained the likes of Sean Elliott, David Robinson from the San Antonio Spurs, Selena Quintanilla's personal security assistant. A lot of things is going great for me. And, I did it all until a lot of things started happening and fell down for me. I ran a juvenile home for 17 years, Wolverine Human Services. And then from there, things just started was tackling me. I was indicted for a crime I didn't commit for a Nigerian scam. It was a setup. They knew it all along. I gave the Secret Service everything they wanted, but they still indicted me for some reason. However, I went and to trial, and the judge dropped 2 to 40 charges, but they wouldn't let me out because they said I was a flight risk, maybe because I was Black or whatever it may be. And I lost everything. I was dropped from the board. I couldn't go back to work. I was homeless, and it was a sad day for me because I didn't know what I was going to do. But as a fighter, I got back up as a champ. And later on, after I got done with the federal, the child support picked me up because they wouldn't let me out 14 months, and I was incarcerated again for 6 months. And they added another felony on me because they said it was more than 10,000. So now understand, now I got 2 felonies. That's how they set everything up. But as a champ, I kept moving. I kept rolling. A lot of tragedy hit. My mom passed away. 2 months later, my dad passed away. And, 3 months after that, my kids passed away in Hurricane Harvey in Houston. They would have been 35 right now, but they was 30 years old, my twin daughters. I figured that life couldn't get any better. But however, I kept moving and I kept going. Whatever hit me, I wasn't gonna, go ahead and just sit there. So I started making moves in LA and everything like that. I met Tiffany, and we created Second Chance TV show, Saves Lives, and it became a very success. And then from there, Forgotten Prisoners, and that's to help individuals who've been wrongly incarcerated or been in prison too long, overserved their time. When you first came on board on air, you stated it was A&E. It's not A&E on here. It's Ego Television Network, but she has a big network. She'll explain it herself. A&E is a different platform that we will be using just to clear the air on anybody that says this person was A&E and they not. A lot of times everybody get on here and they say different things, but however, I understand where you're coming from. But anyway, and that's why I did. So I met John through a source because I was getting out David Dew out of prison. I met John Fitzgerald, and I was going to be the host of the show, but however, I was talking to Floyd Sr., and he told me that, hey man, you can't do it because of the dreads and you Black. And so I made up a great organization, getting John Fitzgerald and then the federal on my side, because I figured they'll listen to them. They ain't gonna listen to me. So I stepped back. And then meeting Ego Television Network was a blessing. She's a great person, and she put stuff on her network. She got her own network, and we teamed up with her. And we just teamed up with a lot of individuals to help them move. We started working on Larry Hoover's case. Larry Hoover, trying to get him pardoned, and a lot of other people we're working on their cases. But Timothy Barr, working on his case as well. He's in jail, trying to fight his case. John would quarterback on that. But at the same time, I'm here for justice. I'm here for justice, not justice just for the people, but justice for me, justice for God. It's my time now. It's not, God is the source, I am the resource. So, with that being said, I'm not going to sit up here and lay down and let people run over people. It don't have to be. I could have just been me, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to do me. But I can't do me. I got to do the world. I got to help the world, Jeff. I got to help people who's falsely accused, who's been incarcerated too long. I was falsely accused, and I know what it's like to be in them shoes. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people not in somebody's shoes like that. And all they would do is like, okay, listen, oh, he was falsely accused. Maybe they right, maybe they wrong. But deep inside their heart, they know in my heart, they wrong. So people can say all they want with, maybe he did it, he didn't, because of the critics, because of the newspaper articles, whatever it may be. But that's just what they do to slam people. That's what they do to Larry Hoover. That's what they do to Marquise Rayner. That's what they do. And people just believe what they want to believe. but they don't really look at the heart, and they don't look into these paperwork that we got going on for people. I've been through some stuff, man. Like, look here, I've been through so much stuff. It's times that I want to give up. But then I looked up and God said, listen, you got to keep fighting. I didn't bring you this far to leave you. I'm not going to leave you or forsake you. I brought you here to make a difference in the world and to team up with individuals who are making a difference, who are going the same route that you're going. You see, so that's why I'm here. Paul Newroyal, Paul Newtall / Newroyal, Paul Newroyal / Newtall. Newtall used to be my name, so I changed it to Newroyal. But at the same time, I'm making a difference in the world. I'm not just saving lives on Second Chance TV show. I'm saving lives of forgotten prisoners. They've been forgotten about. You know, they've been broken up. They've been fighting for lives for years and years and years. You know, and I say this with all due respect. Innocence Project, great thing, and everybody's trying to get people out of prison. But sometimes it takes like 40 years or 50 years to get them out of prison. You know, but with us, we just go through it, send a letter, tell them that overturn it or whatever it may be. But we looking at the aspect not of just my life, because my life is my life. I have to look in the mirror. The responsibility is mine, Jeff, it's mine. You see, so I have to go out there and got to do what I have to do to maintain and focus on reality. And reality is that these people need to get out of prison. They need to get their lives changed. And I know it's not going to stop. It's going to keep going. However, we can put a dent in it. We can let them know, look, we here, we trying to help these individuals. Stop putting money in your pocket for the mayor. Stop putting the money in your pocket for the governors. Let these people out. How about if it was your child? How about if it was somebody that you knew or a friend or whatever it may be, and they lock you up for nothing? Now I got 2 felonies on my record, but you know what? It's going to be expunged, because in Michigan, they say after 10 years, you haven't did it, they're going to expunge it by itself. You know, but sometimes I wanted to keep it on there so that people can say, oh, this man, he must be telling the field. They look at my record and it's gone. Oh, no, it's the true reality story, what I'm going through. It's true. A lot of people can't say, hey, I've been in jail before. They can't say that, right? They can't say, hey, my mama died, my daddy died. They can do all that kind of stuff. And I can come to them and say, I understand your pain. At first, I didn't understand no one's pain when they went to jail, when they was incarcerated. You know, I would say, okay, but now I can say, understand your pain. I understand your fight. I understand your tears. I understand what you're doing to try to get out this corrupted system. I understand that, you see, because I understand your mama passed away. I know the pain. I know the daddy. I know everything now. God put me in a vision where I understand completely everything. You can't tell me something that I don't understand. As a man, as a person who's trying to fight in this world today, this is who I am, and this is who I'm going to be, regardless of the situation that stand at hand. I'm going to help the people. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to help them. John is going to help them. Jelly J going to help them. Tiffany's going to help them. If we just have 4 and we put a dent in like 2 or 3, hey, let's all just gather together and make this world a better place. It's not all about the money no more. It's about people's lives, man. A lot of things are going on in people's life right now, and people don't understand how it hurts, you hurt to sit there and watch these people in jail and they trying to get out. It hurts me just talking about it. It hurts me to figure out how we're going to get these people out when we don't have no backup. We don't have no backup, but we have God as a backup, and He going to keep backing us up, and we're going to keep moving regardless. And that's me. Sorry about that, but I just had
you got going. Listen, this is good because people get sick of hearing me. I talked straight for 4 hours straight last week. They're sick of listening to me. It's good to hear a new voice and to bring that. You can't do what you do without being passionate about it. And that's all that was passion in this humble reporter's, opinion. Mr. Fitzgerald, welcome to the program. Who is former FBI Special Agent John Fitzgerald, and how did you get here, sir?
Well, first I want to thank you, and I want to apologize to you and your listeners. I'm having all sorts of technical issues in the past 24 hours. My laptop has gone down. I'm getting that really irritating Windows automatic repair loop. And so Samsung wants me to send it out. I'm just going to buy another computer in the morning. I'm having to conduct this interview with you on my iPhone. I don't know how the audio is coming through, but I hope that you can hear me. And at least you don't have to see me, but I hope you can hear me okay. Paul?
It's all good. If you do need to save any bandwidth, you can cut the camera. We'll still hear you. That's always the easiest way to save bandwidth, but you're working fine just
Oh.
now. Let's knock on
No,
wood.
Thank you.
Let me find some wood. We'll knock on that
wood,
and
yeah.
we're all good to go. So please, Special Agent, thank you for being here. Tell us, who are you and how did you get here?
Well, I'll tell you, my travels during the last 30, 40 years have been fairly circuitous. If you asked me approximately 35 years ago when I was an English teacher for the New York City Board of Education, if I would be here at this time in 2023, my gosh, the answer would have been no. Just to clarify, so I am a former special agent. I worked for an agency with 3 letters in the name. I'm still active in the field, so I don't tend to reference that agency. It's actually safer for people to think I was with the FBI when in fact I was with another agency altogether. So I just want to clarify that for the purposes of our conversation today. I came here most immediately, actually quite by, well, not by accident, but by providence. So Paul and I met approximately, well, Paul and his wife Tiffany and I met approximately a year and a half to 2 years ago. I came into contact with them through another person wherein they were going to do an episode on one of my clients, David Dew. David Dew, I've been working on his case since 2017 as a lead investigator. I was brought in by his then attorney, former California Supreme Court Justice Cruz Reynoso. And Cruz Reynoso had been a Supreme Court Justice here in California many years ago because of politics, whatever. He was recalled and he returned to teaching law classes and having a private practice. Well, he was drawn to David Dew's case way back in the 90s. And it was a high profile case. And at the time, he also, the judge, the Honorable Reynoso, also drew in then Senator Alan Cranston of California. And those 2 high profile people were well intentioned, but what it did do is it spotlighted David in a way within the correctional system that made it very difficult for him. And so we were dealing with multiple issues here. For one, low-level correctional officers in the 90s had since promoted up the chain of command and now were administrators in the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. And they always seemed to hold David's high-level representation against him. And so it just seemed like the Board of Parole and other administrative agencies really went out of their way to deny him relief. So let's fast. I'm at home. I've been in private sector now for a while, teaching criminal justice classes, leading security operations around the world, and keeping very active. I would say that I've had the ability to be more impactful in the lives of people in the private sector than when I was on the government side of the coin. And so in the private sector, I've always regarded myself as an agent of change. I'm a Christian. My personal ministry for the past 30 years has been what I call the ministry of hopelessness, meaning when things are hopeless because the police won't work with you, the courts are ineffective, and you just can't gain the ear of someone who's able to move the ball, you end up in my office, and either through providence or the hard-headedness that God gave me, tenacity, or my relationships with people over the past 30 years, we've been able to make an impact in the lives of people, which has brought us great acclaim in the government sector as well. They like having me as a contractor. It's also created quite a few enemies because we have been able to do what law enforcement agencies couldn't or wouldn't do. But that's another discussion. So I'm sitting at home and I get a call from a prison. I'm like, well, I don't know anyone in prison. And so I accept this call grudgingly, and it's David. And I'm thinking one of my old cases is catching up to me. I take great precaution to maintain the safety and security of myself and my family. And so I said, well, David, I'm going to give you exactly 1 minute to tell me who you are and why we're speaking on the phone. And if you give me enough information with which I can confirm the veracity of what you're saying, then maybe we can talk again. Well, I gave him a minute, and he told me that he'd been doing 35 years for a crime he didn't commit. Yes, he was there. No, he did not intend to commit that homicide. No, he didn't even know that his 2 partners were going to commit this homicide. But 35 years ago, they were all charged felony murder. And despite the fact that the 2 co-defendants, recanted and exonerated him, once he got enrolled in the machine that is the criminal justice system, it was difficult to reverse that movement, and he was dealing with a public defender at the time who had a collusive relationship with the prosecutor's office. And so David, against his will, took a plea. He wanted to go to trial. So he took this plea, and then the writ of habeas corpus had expired. So when he saw that he was being crunched in this machine and wasn't given the ability to exercise his due process rights, he couldn't even get before another judge to even change his plea. So he's been languishing in California for almost 40 years now, more than 40 years. So I get the case in 2017. At that time, the Honorable Reynoso is in the throes of bad health, to the point where he can continue teaching law classes in the morning, but he cannot teach a class past noon because then his mind wanders. And then the next morning he's prepared for class. So he would eventually pass on and go to the Lord a year later. And one of the things that he asked me to do was to stay with the case after his passing. And so when the Honorable Reynoso went to be with the Lord, approximately 2019, I stayed with the case, and that would lead me to come into contact with Paul and Tiffany approximately 2021. So initially, I was just going to be an episodic speaker for the purposes of detailing David's case. And then one thing led to another, and there was kind of a mutual agreement amongst the three of us and a few other people that maybe I should come on board as the lead host and investigator. And so that not only changed the direction of the show, but in some respects, in all humility, it opened up a pathway of relief that we didn't necessarily have, or didn't necessarily have at the time, that when I thought I would just be an episodic speaker. Because what I've done in the interim is that I put together a team with Paul's help and assistance. So I've got my own team of retired FBI investigators. We can land in any city in America with enough notice. And not that we're necessarily going to reinvestigate these cases, but what we are going to do is we're going to raise questions for the purposes of the public, for the purposes of your listeners, questions that would be raised in the mind of any reasonable person. And we're hoping that by raising these questions, we're going to inspire those individuals who are involved in these cases to a higher level of consciousness, whether it be moral responsibility, whether it be better productivity regarding their work performance. And we're going to put some people in the spotlight, and they may not be comfortable. So one of the things that I'm doing when I'm looking at these cases, that it's important that I see much of the discovery material. Because in the discovery material, there would be police reports. And I can typically tell, as I teach police report writing, I can tell when a report is written from the perspective of really detailing the facts, or when the report is written from the perspective of being self-serving, and that they are modifying the facts and they're infusing emotion and judgment in a way that becomes obvious to a trained eye that the report is designed to cover up some degree of inappropriate behavior. And so it all starts with discovery. So we're looking at, for the purpose of the show, we're looking at 3 levels of incompetence. So we're looking at the core level, the state court level, at the issue of police misconduct. A close cousin is prosecutorial misconduct. And then the granddaddy was judicial misconduct. So people will think, well, how can a judge really deny someone due process? Judges do it all the time. They can do it through improper jury instruction. They can do it by denying rightful motions for mistrial. They can do it by denying defendants the ability to put forth a writ of habeas corpus on the grounds that maybe the expiration date, the statute of limitations is expired on that state. And see, the problem with most prisoners is that when you're talking about prisoners accused of crimes, let me reword that. When you talking about individuals accused of crimes in the various cities across America, urban cities, more often than not, they come from impoverished backgrounds, little or no education, and they have to work with public defenders. Now, I'm a constitutionalist. I'm an originalist. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the 6th Amendment, the right to representation. However, I believe in the right to competent representation. And when you examine the inner workings of public defenders' offices across the major cities in America, yes, let it be a given that there are outstanding public defenders who are good at what they do and they're impassioned about their job, but they represent the minority. I work and live in LA, so I can speak to LA with great experience. Public defenders in LA are overworked, they're underpaid, and they're not invested in the life of the individual that they've been assigned to. And they're assigned such a voluminous caseload that they really don't have the opportunity and in many cases, the skill set to go to trial. And so they will work collusively with the prosecutor's office to coach their clients towards taking the place. So there's a ton of people in jail now for crimes they didn't commit. Now, with respect to plea bargaining, the thing about plea bargaining, and this is where we kind of get into the area of prosecutorial misconduct. Here in the state of California, we have a sentencing guideline with respect to how much time someone could acquire for a particular crime. And their range can be pretty diverse, anywhere from 2 years, let's say, to 10 years. And what prosecutors do, taking advantage of the diminished capacity and the emotional drain on the part of the now defendant, they will coach them into taking a plea because they say, listen, if you go to trial, you could be doing 15 years to life. When in fact, the actual numbers are quite less based on a whole host of factors, including prior criminal history, education, court recommendation, whatever the case may be. So that's very, very dishonest. And what typically happens, and the criminal justice system, people ask, well, what is criminal justice? Criminal justice ultimately is the relationship between three components. Component one is law enforcement. Component two is the courts. Component three is corrections. So once you get on that conveyor belt, where you move before law enforcement and then you're carried along to the courts and then you end up in corrections, once you enter that initial conveyor belt, it is very difficult to remove oneself from that almost factory assembly line. So one of the many goals we have for the show is to end every episode with what we call case notes, where based on that individual case, we will give the audience some guidance, some advice about how to avoid similar pitfalls. In the larger cities in America, we'd like to run classes for the better community. And it's my belief that high schools in America should be teaching introduction to criminal law for all high school freshmen. Because one of the problems that I see as a lifelong educator, and the hats I've worn are many. Criminal justice professor, as a matter of fact, for 2 years, I was the head of criminal justice for a national university, the School of Criminal Justice. I've been an instructor for the past year and a half for veterans. I teach disabled veterans and homeless veterans law classes. And so that I was teaching law classes while I was engaged with Paul and Tiffany regarding the David Duke case. And during that period last year is when we decided that maybe I should take a more prominent role with the show and move from teaching law classes for veterans in LA to teaching classes for the benefit of our audience, so to speak. And this is just general guidance, and it's regarding things that we might think we could take it for granted, but we really shouldn't. So case in point, I'm very much dismayed. And I used to tell this to my criminal justice students. I'd say, guys, if ever you're stopped by law enforcement for whatever reason, traffic violation, whatever, please do me a favor. Do not tell them that you are a criminal justice student. I know why you're doing it. I know what motivates you to do that, because you're thinking that you're going to gain favor on the part of the officer because you've taken introduction to probation and parole, whatever. But the way it's going to come off is that you're a know-it-all. And let's expand upon that. When people say to police officers, hey, I know my rights, the officers chuckle a bit on the inside because they know that you don't know squat. So here in California, if you're not familiar, first of all, with the Bill of Rights, Constitution, if you're not familiar with California Post. Post is the acronym POST. That's Police Officer Standards and Training. That's the curriculum by which all California officers are trained. So you don't know the Constitution. You don't know California Post. You don't know the California Penal Code. You don't know the California Vehicle Code. You don't know the California Health and Welfare Code. You don't know squat. And so another thing that is characteristic of people operating in a false sense of security is that only untrained people say, I know my rights. People who have a degree of training say, officer, I am operating within my constitutional safeguards. It's about the language, and what we teach people is how to use the language in a way that demands attention on the part of law enforcement. Now, I'm former law enforcement. I respect law enforcement. I am pro law enforcement. Having said that, let it be a given that there are good cops. There are good prosecutors. There are good judges. Let that be a given. But there are enough misfits in those respective disciplines to create what I believe is a national crisis. And what I have seen, Mr. Kennedy, may I call you Jeff?
Of course.
What I've seen, Jeff, during the last several years angers me to no end. And it's changed my entire perspective on policing. I tell my clients, I say, guys, you know, while I respect law enforcement and I'm going to teach you to engage and I'm going to represent you, you know, with them, many cops are just misfits. They go from bagging groceries to wearing a gun and a badge. So one thing that I would do in terms of reform is that I would make the minimum age to be a police officer 25. Minimum. You cannot take a kid who was working at Gold's Gym at 19 and bagging groceries in a store, and now he's sworn and can carry a gun at 21 and put a gun on his hip, a badge on his chest, and send him out into society to deal with some very, very complicated issues. Because really, a well-trained officer is a social worker, a teacher, a marriage counselor, and they're ill prepared for that. They really are. And so because we cannot change that dynamic, the only thing we can do is work to educate our audience about little subtle things they can do to gain parity with law enforcement. So right off the bat, I'm very dismayed that when people come into contact with law enforcement, they're very passive about it. Law enforcement is asking all the questions. And then they'll tell you, shut up, I'm asking the questions. And here you are confused, and law enforcement is taking advantage of the way that your limbic system and your amygdala, the part that regulates the emotions in your brain, the way that goes into panic mode just because you see a vehicle behind you, a police vehicle in the rearview mirror. That shouldn't be. That's conditioning. We can uncondition people. And one of the things that I teach people to do is that the moment that they come into contact with law enforcement, they become less passive and more proactive in their engagement with law enforcement. And it can be as simple as this. Officer, how are you today? Thank you for your service to the city of Los Angeles. Now, to the untrained person, that just seems, well, what? What are you, kissing butt? No, what you're doing is you are internalizing what we teach people. I run a hostage negotiation class, and I draw heavily upon the techniques utilized by the FBI for hostage negotiations, and it's all medically based. And so we go into great detail the way the limbic system works with the amygdala and regulates our emotions, because there's no such thing, Jeff, as fight or flight. In a moment of stress, people are not fighting, nor are they fleeing. What are they doing? They're becoming paralyzed. And our citizens are becoming paralyzed when they come into contact with law enforcement. And so one of the ways to stave off that paralysis is to be proactive in the engagement. So rather than letting the lion bite you, you charge the lion, cause it to stop. I'm speaking metaphorically here. So forgive me, I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and all these messages are coming through. I'm going to try and do that. Am I okay? I'm not. I don't want to take.
I really love what you said. I really love what you said, John, because when you said that, you know, there's law enforcement that could be grocery bag workers, and they don't really have the moral or ethics to actually work the job, I do want to share something to put it in perspective. There are people in every industry, every doctors, nurses, or other industries that they too also have people that don't have some morals and ethics. And what happens to them is that they go to jail. But to put it into perspective, as crooked law enforcement officers, what's really happening is they're putting someone else's life behind bars who doesn't deserve to. So there's a big difference, just putting in perspective for the audience, there's a big difference in when we have a person like that in law enforcement and somebody in any other industry. They are responsible for themselves, but as law enforcement people, they have the power to put someone else's life behind bars, add time on, and just put someone wrongly incarcerated behind bars. And so that's just something that I want to share.
That's so
We've
true.
done programs here with veterans on about the concerns. Mr. Fitzgerald, you mentioned somebody who might be bagging groceries and then we slap a badge and a gun on their side. How about the folks that are returning from the battlefield, have been trained to kill first and ask questions later? They seem to be actively sought out to fill the ranks of police. And how about the subtle thing that Tiffany just mentioned? It's something that I've mentioned on this program before, not because God knows, not because I'm smarter than anybody else, but it did occur to me. The evolution, if you will, or devolution of the police in American society, from Andy Griffith, who didn't carry a gun and who called himself a peace officer. The labels on the sides of so many police vehicles in the past, it's not there anymore, because they're now paramilitary type looking vehicles that used to say protect and serve. And then they went from peace officer to public safety officer to police officer to law enforcement. I mean, we could probably go down a rabbit hole and talk for 4 hours just about police. And I'm sure we will continue to talk about police, but that's something that's always concerned me, is that we're bringing our lads and gals back from active combat zones where we've taught them shoot first. And for good reason, by the way. Protect yourself, protect the soldier next to you, keep yourself alive. And then said, okay, now go keep the peace. They're fundamentally different things. And I'm sure we could break out into the idea of, I think supporting the police is asking them not to do the things they are not trained for. They are not marriage counselors. They are not drug counselors. They're not domestic violence counselors. They're none of these things. But we ask them to do it every single day. And it has shown in the limited places that it's been used, that when police officers respond to a domestic violence situation with a counselor with them, that these all involved are safer. These situations de-escalate themselves. When a drug counselor accompanies police on a call, that people get the help they need rather than just thrown into jail. I could keep going, but I'm the host. I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to let the guests speak. I didn't allow the ladies to introduce themselves or tell us.
Is Lady J still on?
Sorry?
Is Lady J still there?
She's right there. I was going to her next because she.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Miss Jackie, thank you for being here. Who is Jackie Morrell, and how did you get here?
Hello, my name is Jackie Merle, and I am better known as Lady J. I am the founder and CEO of Ego Entertainment Network. And I actually had the opportunity and the pleasure of interviewing Mr. Paul Muttal and his lovely wife, a new royal now, his lovely wife, Tiffany, last year, 2 years ago, actually. No, yeah, 2 years ago. And it was an amazing interview, learning his story. Like, I was just, I would say I had my mouth open like the whole time. So his story is actually an amazing story. He has an amazing testimony. And, you know, it is full of the things that we see every day, you know, in our everyday lives here in the communities across the nation. So while that is probably a small portion of what we see in law enforcement in our community, it is what we are constantly consuming. So it looks like it's like everybody, but it's really not. So, but it is still a major issue, especially for the African American community across the nation. And so, being a mother myself of, you know, young men, 2 young men myself, as well as a community leader and someone who has served in the, I'll say, the legal system in mentoring and life coaching at-risk youth and their families through my company, this was a huge opportunity for me to be able to be blessed to be a part of. So I decided that I would utilize my platform and speaking with them, you know, that we partner, where I'm able to help and get the word out more and broadcast that and you know, do whatever I can to make sure that this movement continues. And meeting John, well, not John, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. John Fisher.
Yeah.
So meeting you, yeah. I'm sorry, my brain is getting away from me. So
It's fun.
in meeting him, it was another, you know, eye-opening encounter, you know, with his knowledge of how the legal and with how the legal system works, and then him educating us on, you know, the process and the thing, you know, how you should interact and things of that sort. It was definitely eye-opening, but also with the knowledge that he has, I noticed that he brings a component to the, not just the stories of these people, but he also brings a major, huge component on how to go about helping to overturn those convictions or pardon them. And so I think that is necessary too, so that those people who are either wrongfully incarcerated or who have overserved their time are able to get back to their families and in society to then, you know, be able to give back, you know, in whatever way they see fit for, you know, after they've gone through what they've gone through. So utilizing their stories to be able to do the same, just like Mr. Paul does as well. So my platform is a multimedia network, and it consists of radio, TV, magazine, news forum, and we do a lot of events, media coverage, and things of that sort. People have reached out to me over the years, you know, to maybe break a story, and so I work with some of the major news stations here. I know some of the anchors, and so when I get a story first, I'll go out and investigate and do all of that, put something together, put it on social media, and start tagging all them and then sending it directly to their emails, and then they go out and they, you know, blow it up even more and bring more awareness to it. And so I've done that a few times, and of course it always, well, in my my experience, has always ended up in favor of those who are experiencing some type of, I'll say, injustice. So yeah, I'm all about helping the underdogs, because that's what I do in the community, from the homeless to at-risk youth to people who just need help. So between Forgotten Prisoners and Second Chance Saved Lives, it's already what I do, what I've been doing for years, over 13 plus years. And so me having the multimedia network now is just another way for me to be able to bring more light to that, and not just within our respective communities or states, but across the nation.
Well, I am very pleased to audition for a mega multimedia powerhouse such as yourself here tonight. I would have shaved and dressed a little better if I knew.
Now you see me like this. Now you see now.
I know I'm celebrating a victory today, so I'm. Let me just say that it's nice when
Awesome.
it's nice when the lads can win some trophies. And finally, but certainly not least, Miss Tiffany. Who is Tiffany New Royale, and how did you get here?
So I think I'm the youngest out of the bunch. I'm turning 29 in a couple of days. So for me, my experiences have been really squeezed and bunched together as I was finding, you know, what my soul's purpose is, what God wanted me to do in this world and what impact he wanted me to create and make a difference in. And so for me, I was born in the Philippines, brought at a young age to the States. I grew up in East LA, which is not really one of the best areas to really grow up in, you know, gang violence, poverty. And so growing that up there really, and as I went throughout my life, I really started noticing, you know, the people in need. And so as I, you know, went through my life, I was a great student. I worked a little bit in, you know, as a top sales rep, a little bit in real estate, and even in the financial firm where I was the youngest at the firm to get licensed at that time. And moving on, working with other, you know, individuals. John knows one of them actually very closely. I worked for a very brief time, and moving on from there, I was really gathering the knowledge, and really, I think through all of these businesses that I've been a part of, I was able to really, most other than the knowledge that I learned there, was really to learn about people, about character, the kind of person that I want to be, because you would be surprised to see people with money, as we kind of talked about, you know, their character may not also be the same, be up to par of as the individual that you want to be. And so that really, seeing those things really moved me on quicker through each of these jobs, and really led me to finally meet Paul. And we founded Second Chance TV show and production, where I found my life's passion of helping people. And a little bit about our production company. This is the second show that is really based around helping others. Our first show, Second Chance Saves Lives, is about helping anybody really in need. And now here for Forgotten Prisoners, we're helping people who are wrongly incarcerated, who have overserved their time to society, and just injustice completely when it comes to the criminal justice and law enforcement and everything. And so I'm the CEO and founder, also leading executive producer, working very closely with John, the other attorneys, and everyone else who will be coming on board for this season and future seasons. And so that's really what I do. And that's a little bit about me.
Let me, at the risk of asking an exceptionally vague or general question, and for the floor, whoever wants to step up and take it, tell me, what is a forgotten prisoner?
Forgotten prisoner is something that I was forgotten about. You in that cell, you sitting there and you waiting to eat. They serving lunch. They forget about you, right? So you sitting there starving. The next day, they serve you lunch. They forget about you. That's what is called injustice, where it's not serving lunch. It's serving you time, and they forgetting about you and who you are as a particular person. They're not looking at you as an individual, where you come from, who you are. They look at what the consequence is going to be when they get you. You see, so when you were forgotten, it's like you was never there. You sitting there doing time, and the time just passing you by. You are forgotten in prison. You know, even though if you haven't did the crime or you overserved your time, how you gonna get out? When you gonna get out? Will you get out to see the light of day, to go play basketball and go back in your cell? That's not where to live. I mean, even animals get treated more than they do at some point in time. But then at the same time, you know, we all as individuals, we shouldn't be forgotten about. So forgotten is when you was in there and forgotten about. Everything in your life just passed you by. I don't care if you're there for 14 months, 2 years, your life is gone. You're forgotten about for that little bit of time. It could be 3 weeks. 3 weeks is a lot of time, a lot of hours in the days that you could have been doing something with your life. For 40 years, 35 years, I say Larry Hoover years, that don't make sense. Why? Why are you forgotten about? Who forgotten you? We certainly haven't. But however, the government or the state, they don't want to look into the research or whatever it may be. They forgotten about you. Like John said, they have stacks and stacks of paperwork. You know, they don't want to work. They want to go home to their families. But how about if it was them forgotten about? So that's why it's called forgotten prisoners. They are forgotten about, and it's millions and millions of people in prison right now that's forgotten about. We need someone, some governor, some president, if they hear it, whoever may hear it, to step up, look into the situation and stand in hand and let them out that they ain't forgotten about. Because a lot of people right now doing too much time, a lot of people forget about them. A lot of people forget about cases they in jail fighting for their life. They forget about them. So that's what forgotten prisoners is about. It's about someone who's forgotten about. Everybody in the world at some point in time has been forgotten about, right? Everybody in the world has been forgotten about with the friends and all that. I'd rather be forgotten with the friends than be by myself forgotten about in prison. I can do some of my life and make the life a better place. They in there and they got skills. They won't let them out because they figure they quote they're red flag or they scared of them that they're gonna come back out and do the same thing. People, they too old for that. Ain't nobody got time to be gang banging or doing all this stuff, selling dope. I mean, when you old, like 70-some years old, like what are you gonna do? And I can understand the system. I'm not saying a lot of people that's been forgotten about ain't guilty. I mean, if they guilty, maybe, I don't know. But however, they forgotten about. However, now with the people who been wrongly accused, hey man, listen, they forgotten about. Jeff, they will kill you. And you don't know that they forgotten about. Like Julius Jones, they about to kill him, stick him with a needle, dead. That's really forgotten about. Until the governor stopped it, the man is innocent. Jeff, like people say things, but that's what forgotten is about with a big exclamation point at the end. Forgotten prisoners. Prisoners. That's what they call us. Prisoners, right? So the justice system is the for-profit, right? The prisons. So they say forgotten prisoners. And you got the S at the end because a million of them are forgotten. That's my definition of forgotten prisoners, Jeff.
Adding to that, forgotten prisoners, it's really like Paul said very briefly, and John, when he said hopelessness, those cases that are hopeless and people have given up on their case and they've been spending decades incarcerated for crimes that they did not commit, like David Dew. He's over 4 decades now behind bars, and we have Larry Hoover. He may have did commit a crime, but they also tacked on more charges, added more time that they should have. There's Marquise Rayner, wrongly incarcerated over a DNA on a shirt, but he was innocent. And there's our other cases. Jerome Diot, he got more cases, he got more charges tacked onto him as well. He should be out right now. There's Dewan Brono. He was arrested on federal charges, and then he was blindsided by a murder charge out of the blue, which had nothing to do with his initial charge. And then we also have
Timothy Barr.
Timothy Barr.
He's currently in jail over a lot of lies that were said about him, and they're trying to plant things on him to keep him imprisoned. We have Rico Bell. More charges were tacked on while he was already incarcerated. There's Cheyenne Bratcher and her mom, Brenda Fine. This is actually a mother-daughter duo. They were put behind bars because there's people in that community that, they knew people, and they were charged for her husband's murder. And I want to make sure that I don't miss anybody. And I think I got everybody. That's all on 9 cases for the first season. And you guys are going to learn a lot more about that once the show airs, about each of these cases, kind of the breakdown, the evidence, falsified things that were lied, how they were lied on, and so on. So that's a lot of things that you're going to expect. These are all forgotten prisoners on our season 1 case. They all have different reasons, but they're all in essence forgotten because they shouldn't have gotten at least the charges or the time that they are currently serving.
But Marquise Rayner, if he's overturned, he's out now. So his conviction was overturned.
He did serve almost 9 years.
Yes.
So that's a lot of time. So he was forgotten as well.
Jeff, if I can add, first of all, please call me John. I'm Mr. Fitzgerald. I appreciate your politeness, though. In keeping with Tiffany and Paul stated, and they really kind of provided a wonderful platform for me with which to continue to build upon their remarks. from a criminal justice perspective, or from the show's perspective, I guess in my mind, and I want to thank you, Jeff, for asking that question, because you're actually the first to actually ask us to define what a forgotten prisoner is. So in my mind, from a criminal justice perspective, a forgotten prisoner is someone who very quickly recognized that once he or she was placed on this conveyor belt, en route to this monolithic criminal justice system, as I mentioned, police, courts, and corrections, they recognized early on that something was amiss. They recognized early on that they were not being properly represented. They recognized early on that maybe the prosecutors were withholding exculpatory information. Exculpatory is evidence that would prove that you were innocent. Maybe they recognize that the judge has been unfair in the way that he's been overseeing the proceedings. All of that in its culmination is a denial of due process. And so you end up becoming forgotten because you are just, you're shaking your bars metaphorically and you're yelling at the sky and you're asking, when is someone going to listen to me? When is someone going to represent me adequately? When is someone going to listen to what I have to say? I have an interview with a prisoner tomorrow. It's my second interview. And I was shocked last week when he told me that he's been in the arraignment proceedings now for 1.5 years, hasn't even gone to a formal arraignment. He's still in pre-arraignment proceedings, which is a violation of his constitutional rights. But he told me that he was charged. He's yet to be interviewed by the police or the prosecutor. No interrogation. That blew my mind. When I call him tomorrow, I'm kind of checking up on his public defenders. Based on what I've learned about his case, tomorrow, what I'm hoping to hear is that his public defenders have put in for a motion to dismiss. Quite honestly, and I can't go into further details, but if he is still incarcerated by the time we work up his episode, then you'll get some explicit details. And I'm actually trying to get the prosecutor's office on the call with me for the purposes of the show, as well as the lead detective. Oh, actually, I can't. You know why? The lead detective in that case was terminated for police misconduct, which now calls into question the validity of that arrest. And it raises questions regarding Brady and Giglio. So a Brady question, Brady is a very famous Supreme Court case, wherein the prosecutor's office was indicted for withholding information that would have proven the defendant's innocence. So that's called a Brady violation. A Giglio violation has to do with misconduct on the part of the police officer. So when you have an officer who's been indicted or terminated for misconduct, that calls into question the validity of every case he has worked up to that point. So that means a whole ton of people going before a judge again to re-examine the circumstances which led to their being incarcerated. So again, for me, a forgotten prisoner is someone who's kind of caught in the system now and has no way of articulating his or her need for judicial intervention. And we're hoping with the show to create that judicial intervention. So for example, one of the issues is that prisoners on appeal don't have the money for adequate representation. And you know what? Yes, there are appellate attorneys who are appointed to these cases, and having someone appointed as opposed to being able to afford competent representation is two different things. You're never going to get quality representation with appointment. And so we're going to try and lobby legislators throughout the states to create a venue by which monies can be put aside for the purposes of criminal appeals, if that makes sense. So we're wanting to connect with governors. I actually contacted Governor Wolf's office and asked for an interview. They declined. I've let them off the hook for the moment. I've contacted the administrator's office for the Bureau of Federal Prisons. Their PIO, Public Information Officer, sent a really condescending email saying, oh, we're going to pass. Now, I've been busy on another case, so I haven't gotten back, and I'm going to tune their asses up. Oh, forgive me, it's Christian Sunday, but this is the way God made me to speak, okay? So I'm going to tune their asses up, because as the administrator for the Bureau of Federal Prisons, your job is mandated through federal statutes, and federal statutes demand transparency on the part of the administrator for the Bureau of Federal Prisons, which means they're almost compelled to give interviews. So when I write back to the office, I'll be referencing the federal guidelines, the federal statutes, which demand that they conduct an interview with us.
Yeah.
Again, at risk of a very general question, I like to pride myself on having a little more narrow questions in this, but I think this is such a huge issue that I'm trying to work from the upside down pyramid theory. Let's start wide and work our way down. What is the genesis of this? Where does this start? When Mr. Paul and I was fortunate enough to speak to him earlier in the week to set this all up, we talked about obviously I'm sometimes saddened that my program is a little too Pennsylvania based, but that is where I live. And sometimes it's where my brain seems to settle, even though we're fortunate enough to have an audience literally around the globe. But here in Pennsylvania, at the founding of our Commonwealth, predominantly by the Quakers, the prisons, if you will, they didn't even use the term, were rehabilitation. They were rehabilitation opportunities. Yes, you did some time away from society, but while there, you were rehabilitated, either through education or through internship or taught a skill or something like that, and then you re-entered your community. So if we look back a little bit from a historical point of view, what is the genesis of this? When did rehabilitation turn into throw away the key and forget that that's a human being? When did it go from, again, rehabilitation to, the Roman style, chained in a wet cavern, stale bread, feed them to the lions? How did we get here?
Well,
when did it all go so wrong? We have the U.S. has 4% of the world's population, but 25% of its prison population. Where did it all go south? Where did it go wrong?
I can tell you right now where they go wrong. And I say this because I want to just put it out there today, Jeff. More Black minority people. They trying to enslave us again. I'm serious. That's where it worked. Because if you look at the population, how many Blacks are incarcerated, then they throwing away the key on us. A lot of these individuals, let's say this, let's say the Dallas police officer who went in there, killed that guy, knowing it wasn't her apartment, anything like that, she got manslaughter. That was a Black guy that threw away the key. Let's say this, a police officer, the Black police officers killed this individual, this Black young man, right? So when the other white police officers killed Jeff Floyd, it took them a year or whatever to indict him. Guess what's how long it took for them Black police officers? 3 days to indict them. Why? Because they was Black. And then guess what? They're going to put them in the lock and chain. I'm guaranteed. Listen, Jeff, and I say this with all respect for all the Hispanics, Black, whites, but it's more Blacks getting chained up and getting red flagged. If you ain't El Chapo from Hispanics or whatever, you still, whatever. But when it comes to minority people, a lot of them get a lot of, white people, just being honest, they get away with a lot of things for a black person. If someone has the same case as the Black person, that white person won't get the same treatment that the Black person get. He'll get more time or get the key thrown away. They're doing it because it's more minority Black people that's incarcerated. A long time ago, it was like that, and it started getting more powerful, during the years. And it's going to keep being like that until we make a stand, Jeff. We got to make a stand. So then you have these greedy politicians where they have getting money in their pockets to incarcerate these individuals. The DEA, all of them, they cricket, Jeff. That's how it worked. And then all of a sudden, that money and power, hey man, it goes up and beyond. They get that money, oh, they'll lock you up for the rest of your, and look, no one will ever go figure it out unless we go through their cases and figure it out ourselves. So that's where it's from. And just be honest, I don't know what everybody else's opinion is on this, but I can tell you this, with the Timothy Barr situation, they locked this man up, basically threw away the key. You know why they did that, Jeff? Because they saying that, well, he was a gang member before and he did this before, so we're going to pin it on him. That ain't the way. You got to get ballistics, you got to get gunpowder, you got to get all these things that they did not do. And that's why John is trying to get the case overturned or dismissed because the situation he in. And they fight for their cases. There's someone people in jail like 7 years fighting on their case. And guess what they doing, Jeff? Dead time until they plea. So when it, like I said, when it's a lot of Black minority people, oh yeah, oh, we got every days again. Let's chain them up. That's how I feel about the whole situation. If you look at it, it's really true. Now, it's a lot of white people who've been incarcerated and then they got out early, or they accuse these white individuals as well, you know, but at the same time, if you look at the white person's in the background, right? Either they hang around Black people or something like that, and they do that, and some of them just been incarcerated, period. It became a money thing. It don't become where it's trying to help these people do great in prison, and like he was saying, it don't happen like that no more, Jeff. It's a money thing now. So if it's a money thing, if you're getting $5,000 a head in prison and you get more if they on medication a day, that's a lot of money for the prisoners. So they make these prisons now to get money from it because it's a for-profit, you know, where they start teaming up with different things like, you know, people bringing, what is it called, where they get the money and all this other stuff, they get the donuts and all that stuff. So they start getting money off of them. A bag of chips will cost you $2, where, you know, in the real world costs you about 80 cents, you know, or $3 a bag or whatever it may be. So they're making money off of that, Jeff. It's a money thing now. That's what it's all about. And it's not real based, they're not real baiting. Can't even say it right. People
Join the club.
Yeah, they throwing away the key. And so I feel bad, you know, for, again, like I bring up Timothy Bart case, it's the prime example, or Larry Hoover case, it's a prime example. And all the rest of these cases are prime example. You know, Dewan, all these people, it's sad that they do that, you know, until they get real old, then they say, okay, you know, go ahead, let him out. Because now he ain't no good no more. He ain't walking, or he got cancer, whatever it may be. He ain't good to us no more. So let's go on. We ain't want to give him medication and everything. Let him out, let his people deal with him. He gonna die anyway. We got enough money from him. Probably got 5 or 6 or 20 million from him during the years that he was there. So it's all about money, and it's about minority people. That's what it's about, Joe.
There are two things I want to.
Please go ahead.
I'll say there are two things I want to touch on to piggyback off of what Paul said. Actually, statistics show that the African American male is incarcerated 2 to 3 times more than any other ethnicity for nonviolent and violent crimes. We get double the time, and a lot of us are even incarcerated for things that some people just get a slap on the wrist for. But we also have to take into account, so because this is Black History Month, let me just go ahead and give a little bit of history, okay? Because it's still prevalent today, and as much as people want to act like it's not, it is. The system itself, I tell people all the time, the system is not broken. It was never broken. It works exactly the way it was designed to work. When they brought us over here, we were never meant to be seen as equals. We were never meant to have access to the things that everybody else does. We are still not looked at as, you know, individuals or people that are of substance or that should be respected. And that is our personal lives, that's in business, and so on and so forth. And so when you have a system that is designed to continuously oppress another race or ethnic background or whatever the case may be, then the system itself has to be completely dismantled and then rebuilt. It doesn't, for years, we've been trying to get allies, and we've had allies, you know, from many different backgrounds. So everybody's not the same, but when you have the majority of people.
Well, you put yourself on mute. You bumped a button.
We can't hear you.
Sorry, somebody's chiming in. But when you have the majority of people, that are in power are continuously upholding that system, then we're never going to reach the level of, I'll say, unity and respect that we should be at by now, because it's 2023. Okay. We still have forms of slavery, it's just different. We went from, you know, being shackled and chained on plantations to them shipping us right into the jail system, right into the penitentiary system. That's still a form of slavery. We have to work twice as hard to get in certain roles. Black women now are getting, are able to get in certain positions of, I'll say, of leadership in the corporate world, faster than Black men, but even that's a challenge. So we have to take into account all of those things when we look at the injustice of African Americans and the justice system, period, as a whole. So, and if you pay attention to the way media plays a huge role. This is why I never planned on having a multimedia network. I never planned on that, but that's the way that God had me shift and what it is that I do. And so when you look at media pushes a negative narrative all the time when it comes to African American people and minorities, period. Here in the city of Indianapolis, Indiana, there was an incident shortly before the George Floyd incident where a Black man sent the police on a chase and they killed him with his partner in the car. A couple days before that, the exact same thing happened. It was a traffic stop, but it was a white man. He got taken into custody with no issues. They never opened fire. It was the exact same thing, two totally different outcomes. And so, when you look at stuff like that, it angers you. And so that's what they feed everybody to make this particular look like they're so much more heinous, like deserve the time that they get, like they deserve, they're part of that group, so let's just throw them in jail and lock them up and throw away the key, whether they did it or not, or slap all this time on there. Some people haven't even had a criminal background, and so why are they have life sentence? Unless you've done a serious, heinous crime where you turn out to be a serial killer or something, it's just not the same. And so we have to stop turning a blind eye for those who are part of the Caucasian community, those who are part of Hispanics, Asians, whoever. If you see people in your group behaving a certain way or responding a certain way, and even outside of that, in your respective jobs in the legal system, if you're a part of a firm, if you're part of the DA's office, you're in politics, or whatever the case may be, hold your people accountable. Because what we forget is people are assets. If you have more people in society being productive citizens and spending money, since this country is based off of money, if you put your people first and realize that they are your greatest asset and they're able to put more money into the economy, then you can continue to make money. So
make no mistake, we've mentioned on this program way too many times. Unfortunately, we've had to say it way too many times. If Kyle Rittenhouse was Kyle Jackson, he'd be dead. And if the January 6th rioters were people of color, there would have been a slaughter on Capitol steps.
Yeah.
You can make no mistake about it. Don't ever think anything different. But John, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes, well, Jeff, before you ask a question, may I go back to your previous question regarding the explosion of the prison population, because I want to build upon the really insightful remarks of Lady J and Paul and Tiffany. First, I appreciate your humility. You apologized for the narrowness of your question, born of your having been situated there in Pennsylvania. But I want to assure you that your perception regarding a narrow question is actually not correct, because your question speaks to a multiplicity of issues that many people can relate to. So it's not just particular to Pennsylvania. The question you asked can be applied to a number of people in a number of areas. So it's actually quite appropriate. So I want to thank you for that. And I just want to honor your humility about that. In turn, from a criminal justice perspective, we see the explosion of the prison population amongst the Black community really born of the turmoil of the 60s. The civil rights era was really the first time where you see a voluminous number of Blacks being incarcerated legitimately and illegitimately, quite honestly. Now you move to the scourge of narcotics, late 60s, early 70s in New York. And I'm from New York by way of Trinidad and Tobago. In New York at the time, there was a very prominent politician. For the life of me, the name escapes me, but his daughter ended up dying through a drug overdose. So he was very impassioned in his pursuit of minimum standard drug sentencing guidelines. And that those guidelines, which did not allow for the application to cases on a case-by-case basis, was responsible for the mass incarceration of a large number of people for narcotics-based violations. And then in the 90s, we have the very, very ill-conceived Clinton initiative.
Crime bill.
Also, the crime bill, omnibus bill, yes, also impacted the minority community. And when we say minority, how are we defining minority? For me, it's predominantly the Black community with other minorities as well. But for all intents and purposes for our show and moving forward with respect to a peek at the criminal justice system, honestly, we're talking about the incarceration of Blacks. You know, and so
I'm sure you also remember
explosion-
President Nixon's chief of staff, and I always get it wrong between whether it was Ehrlichman or Haldeman, and I always get those confused. When he was interviewed after the Nixon administration, saying why was marijuana made a class 1 drug?
Mhm.
And his answer was what is now becoming an all too often, almost throwaway phrase of saying the quiet part out loud. When he said that we had students protesting us on college campuses, we had people burning draft cards, we had the Black Panthers, and we couldn't arrest these folks for being students. We couldn't arrest them for fleeing to Canada, and we couldn't arrest them for being Black, but we could arrest them for doing drugs. So
marijuana, yeah.
So we did.
Yeah.
So
it's really incredible. And what happened on the federal level trickled down to the state. So for example, here in the state of California, the CDCR, it stands for California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. For many years, it was just the CDR, the California Department of CDC rather, California Department of Corrections. In the last 15 to 20 years, they added the R component. But when you consider that at this time, the rate of recidivism, which is a fancy word for the rate of return, the rate of recidivism for those leaving the CDCR is right around 80%. That means only 20% of the people are getting rehabilitated. Now, these are institutions where educational classes are offered. There are vocational classes, second language. Some guys are picking up paralegal certificates, law degrees, college degrees. So it's there, but we can't figure out where the blockage is. And this is my personal opinion. As a former teacher, and I'm still a teacher, although my license with the city of New York expired many years ago, I'm still a teacher. I blame the ills of public education on my fellow colleagues, my former colleagues, teachers. I blame the ills of the criminal justice system on politicians, because politicians shape and inform the quality of our lives in a way that is overwhelming. So for example, in the state of Pennsylvania, where Marquise Rayner did 9 years for a crime he didn't commit, one of the reasons why he did 9 years, that in the state of Pennsylvania, with respect to DNA evidence, he had no opportunity to have an evidentiary hearing. So he was convicted based on DNA evidence where his DNA was present on an article of clothing containing the DNA of 3 other people. And as it turns out, it was someone in his circle who committed those horrendous crimes. But had the state of Pennsylvania been a little more foresightful 25 years ago when DNA was becoming extremely relevant in criminal justice investigations, had they been more foresightful, he would have been privy to a DNA evidentiary hearing and hopefully not have gone to jail. And so that's not just, we're not just blaming the politicians in DC, we're blaming the local legislatures as well. So one of the things that I would suggest is that there be a check on plea bargains at the state trial level. That the plea bargains can only be entered into under very, very narrow circumstances, making trial compulsory. Why? Because then you're allowing the person to exercise the full breadth of their constitutional safeguards, meaning adequate representation, the right to confront their accusers. You know, I go into, in my law classes, I go into great detail regarding the 4th and 5th Amendment. Listen, this is the bottom line. If you're walking down the street, unless an officer has a warrant for your arrest, or who has seen you commit a crime, they have no business coming into contact with you. None whatsoever. But I can tell you, because I was taught the same thing, the vast majority of Black youths get into a jam because they panic, and they literally talk themselves into getting arrested. And how do they talk themselves into getting arrested? Through the criminal justice law enforcement component that we call consent contacts. So an officer, when he approaches you, will start speaking to you, and if you acknowledge him, you've given him consent to contact you. And then that leads down a very tricky road where the officers are really well trained in getting you to make an admission regarding something you shouldn't be talking about. I'm not talking about crime or whatever. Sir, you got any weed on you? Well, I just have the one. I mean, I wasn't going to smoke until I got home. But see, what the kid meant to say innocently is used against him. And see, the thing is, people don't know how to exercise a Fifth Amendment right not to say anything. Because it's oftentimes the poorly trained kids who think they're exercising their rights in a way that is securing their safety and freedom. But in fact, they're exercising their rights in a way that's only walling up the suspicion in the minds of these poorly trained officers. And you know what? There are crooked officers, but most are not crooked. They end up doing crooked things by way of their behavior and their conduct, but what they really are, they don't appreciate that they're crooked. What they really are is they're poorly trained. And I'm not giving them an out. You know why? Because every rational human being has a capacity for discretionary decision making. In the end, the officers have way too much discretion, and your safety and your freedom is literally in their hands, which is why it is imperative that citizenry begin exercising a greater degree of parity in their interaction with law enforcement. So I've created a formula here in California for my students. Ladies and gentlemen, if you come into contact with law enforcement, if you're not the subject of a warrant, or they did not see you commit a crime, I do not want you talking to law enforcement, but I also don't want you being rude. So let's say, Linda, you're walking down the street and LAPD rolls up on you. Miss, how are you? Miss, do you have a moment? Can we talk to you for a sec? Right? The officers are trying to get consent. The young lady replies, officers, thank you for your service to the city of Los Angeles. With that, in keeping with California Post, settled case law, and the LAPD policy manual, I'm not going to give you consent to contact me. Have a nice day. And then she walks off. See, when you speak their language, you create an immediate governor on their ability to continue advancing towards you. And what have you done? You've mentioned California Post. They're wondering, how the hell does she know that I'm a graduate of Post? Then you're mentioning case law. So what is case law? Case law are those appellate and Supreme Court cases wherein the decisions dictate how an officer does his job. So when you're in academy, all you do is study case law. And then you mention the most cogent thing. So you've mentioned California Post, you've mentioned case law, but now you're mentioning their Bible. Their Bible is their policy manual. And they're wondering, how does she know I have a policy manual? Is the daughter of a commander? See, when you well up questions in their minds regarding your ability to articulate their language, I promise you, it's going to give you a much surer footing in dealing with them. And so when you say, I don't give you consent to contact when you walk up, there's nothing they can do.
I would add two facts here, if I might, take host privilege here for just a sec. That
absolutely,
the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania spends more money on prisons than on education.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Full stop. Not any other way to look at it. Not, well, if you look at this budget line item, no. We spend more total dollars on prisons than on education. Period. We're also one of the leading states in spending that money, and a larger percentage of it, on for-profit, privately run, administered prisons than public.
Absolutely.
I would also add that I think what contributes to this, and perhaps we can talk about it later, but I do have a question in the chat I want to get to. Our judiciary is elected. elected,
Mhm.
not the federal model where the executive branch nominates, the legislative signs off, or at least in this case, the Senate. They are elected. We have judicial elections this year and every odd year election. There are no off year elections, by the way. There are odd year elections, and there's an odd year election here in Pennsylvania this year, as there are in many states, Wisconsin especially. We are electing Miss J. Thank you for being here, ma'am. And I hope I overly impressed you. Take that. I hope I impressed you. I hope I impressed you terribly, and I look forward to being a cornerstone of your media empire. But I want you, and I would invite you. Actually, I want to invite you very quickly. We do intend. I am scheduling some programs for later in the spring to take a look at media and what has happened to media, especially since the end of the Telecommunications Act and the advent of technology, which allows a poor schlub like me to speak to the world from my second bedroom here in my condo. So I hope you'll consider coming back and visiting us. I hope you'll find me on Facebook and that we can continue to stay in contact. I'm blessed and very, very honored that you would come here. And I have bad news for you. You're part of our family now, so we will call in.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. This is amazing.
thank you.
And you're late. I'm already have you. I'm already on your page. So
Brilliant. Thank you.
all right, love
Thank
you
you.
guys. Bye.
Take care.
But I think that election, that campaigning, that elective aspect of it does lead folks running for positions in the judiciary to be that I am tough on crime and I'm here to, I don't know, I can insert a bunch of terms, I suppose. I want to ask the question that's in the chat because it comes from my partner, Kristen, who is downstairs, and I'm punching well above my weight. When you see her and hear from her and learn more about her, you'll learn it won't make sense. Trust me. I'm curious, she states, I'm curious about your thoughts on police traffic stops. Always good when the radio guy can't enunciate anything. The ones that escalate into harm or death of an unarmed, usually unarmed, black man. If you find yourself in the situation, well, I'm just butchering this. What do you do?
Yeah, that's an amazing. Paul, you want to go first, or shall I take the lead on that question?
I will say this. I'm gonna let John take that lead because I'm a black man. So I'm gonna give it to him. Hey, look, I'm gonna pass it to the man. Let him do it. I'm a black man. I'll tell you what I do, but he'll tell you what's going down. Go ahead.
So and I'm so sorry, Jeff, you had just mentioned your partner's name. I don't recall her name, but that is an outstanding question. Kristen?
Yep.
And Kristen, if you can hear us, thank you for your question. That's an outstanding question. And that is a dynamic. That's a scenario that I have workshopped in my law classes for the last year and a half. And we play with the circumstances and we play with scenarios. I've gone so far as to have my students align themselves as though they're sitting in a vehicle with one passenger or two passengers in the car or a single driver, and I'm knocking on the window, I'm the police officer. So we role play these things. It's imperative that when we speak to kids, we role play with them because they've got to be able to authentically materialize the tenets of what we're teaching them. So what we have is this, and I can only speak for New York and California because I've only lived in those two states, but I'm here in California now. The real effective tool for law enforcement is, of course, the penal code, which is a listing of all the crimes, but in fact, it's the traffic code. The traffic code is what allows for a whole host of stops. And oftentimes people don't know the traffic code, so they don't know that they in fact did violate the traffic code. And very rarely will a cop pull you over just to pull you over, although it has been done. But in the minds of the driver, they think they're being pulled over for no reason. So number one, that is establishing a mindset for panic and questioning the mind of the driver. So he's already going into panic mode. Number two, the drivers have to understand that the cops are panicking as well. The fact that they're walking up to your driver's side window, okay, in a uniform, the gun and the badge, doesn't mean that they're not panicking. And so what we try to teach our students is to consider that the cop is in panic mode as well, because when there is an escalation of force and it leads to a deadly use of force, both parties panic. quite honestly. So it's imperative that the driver, let's say we got a single black male driving, it's imperative that this 17-year-old understand that this cop is panicking. So without making him tell you to roll down the window, with your window already rolled down, in fact, all 4 windows rolled down, your interior light on if it's nighttime, your keys out of your ignition and on your dashboard, and your hands at 10 and 2, you turn to the officer. Officer, how are you this Wednesday? I want to thank you for keeping us safe out here. I look forward to hearing why you've conducted a stop, and I'm going to do my best to comply as quickly as possible. Believe it or not, that memorized articulation is going to bring down the anxiety in that cop tremendously. The next thing is that the traffic code, again, is a major, it's a, no pun intended, it's a major vehicle by which officers are pulling over kids. During that stop, it comes down to the driver's tone of voice and his ability to manage the sense of fear that he feels. In the moment, if you recognize that your constitutional safeguards are being trampled by the officer, I promise you in the moment you're not going to win. What you need to do is comply for the moment, and we address it after the fact. But while you're complying in the moment, you are saying things that's causing this officer to pause or at least have reservations about how aggressively he wants to pursue this. So if the officers ask you to do something that you feel is unconstitutional, then you say, officer, I'm going to comply, but officer, can you assure me this? In keeping with case law that allows for a citizen to videotape his interaction with law enforcement, I first want to know that your body camera is activated. Officer, can you assure me that your body camera is activated? Okay, yes, thank you, officer. And officer, if you see here on my dashboard, in keeping with Garcia versus Montgomery County Police Department, I want you to see that my video camera is activated. And because the courts have ruled that we can videotape an officer in the public performance of his duties. So now you're establishing some parity. This is being authenticated through audio and video. Officer, I'm going to get out of the vehicle. I'm not sure why you're asking me to do that. I simply want to say, for the benefit of your camera and the audio, that I'm raising the constitutional questionality of why you asked me to get out of the vehicle, but I'm going to comply. See, what the courts have ruled after the fact is that they've examined cases where the rights of the drivers were diminished, but depending on the judge, and that's why you said that the elections coming up are vital, Jeff, depending on the disposition of the judge, some judges have gone so far to say, well, listen, it would appear that his constitutional safeguards were violated. However, he never raised the issue during the stop. And some judges want the citizens to raise the issue during the stop because, in theory, by raising the constitutionality of the behavior in the minds of some officers, it could have the effect of having them back down and reverse their course of behavior by raising the issues. So, for example, officers will say, hey, do you have any drugs on you? Do you have any drugs in the car? No, officer, I have no drugs. I don't use drugs, no drugs in the car. Hey, do you mind if I search your trunk? Right? 99% of the people consent to that. And they consent to it because in the minds of a person who's not committing any crime, they think by cooperating with law enforcement, it's going to favor them, not realizing that law enforcement is fishing, especially those poorly trained officers or those officers who become a cop because they are bullies, right? It's now you've consented to a search of your vehicle, including your trunk, and they end up finding something that they can articulate against you. And so you go to jail. So how do you address that? Well, officer, you've asked me for consent to search my vehicle at this time. I don't give you consent. I want to thank you for understanding that. Well, why, son? Why won't you give me any consent? Are you hiding something? No, sir, officer. You know, I'm 17. I'm heading off to college next year. I'm simply exercising my constitutional safeguard not to give you consent to search my vehicle, right? Now, if you're a badass like me, 50-something years old, I'm going to say, officer, I am so disappointed that the exercise of my constitutional safeguards will lead you to believe that I'm hiding something. That's an indictment of your agency, officer. It's an indictment of your personal morality and your training. And officer, I hope that you reverse this course of action, because tomorrow you could be the subject of an adverse personnel action. But we will get those kids to that level at some point in the future. What I'm saying is that we have a wide breadth of options when it comes to maintaining a parity with law enforcement. And so I guess the key, Jeff and Kristen, your partner, the key to addressing that and why it escalates is the kids are scared. They panic. They run. Going back to what Lady J said about the evil effects of media, the media through movies and music and journalism or whatever have instilled in these kids the automatic idea that this is going to lead to the inevitable death. And in far too many cases, that has been the end result. But it doesn't have to be. It's just that we've so saturated these kids with fear that by default, the amygdala and the limbic system kick in and they become panicked. And then it escalates. The way to
Let me ask about escalation, because another Ashley Shea asks in the comments section, if the constitutionality is raised during the stop, could it be seen as combative?
No, because the first thing you're going to do is you're going to assure that the audio video is going on their camera, and then you're also indicating that in keeping with Garcia versus Montgomery County, you're filming the interaction as well. Combative in the eyes of the law is not verbally combative. That's just being obstructionist. Combative is when you physically go hands-on. Simply raising the constitutionality with a measured tenor of voice can never be articulated as combative. Not at all.
Let me ask a general, what might be more of a general question. Let me back up. It's 7:09. I have not done a program reset in over an hour. Let me do that, says the radio guy. 7:09 Eastern Time. Here on the Kennedy Effect, we are live for February 26th, 2023, the last Sunday in the short month of February, as we await some winter weather here in the Lehigh Valley. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, we've shared the program to, I think, in the neighborhood of 120 places this week. We thank you very much for allowing us to be on your little corner of the Facebook universe, be it your group, your page, or your individual timeline. Thank you very much. We live on that. If you didn't share us around, a large number of people would not know that we are here, and you kind of can't really do much of a program if no one's watching or listening to it. So we depend on that. We thank you for it. We're humbled by it. We live by it. Help spread the word. Please share our program, and feel free to openly share our program anywhere that you might feel it appropriate, and maybe even a couple places that it's not. We thank you for that. If you want to take part in a conversation, please come over to our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, it's right on your screen. George has it in his square. That is our home group Facebook page for everything surrounding the Kennedy Effect. And when we're not on the air, you can, of course, always check out the group page to see the news articles and things that we're talking about: politics, environment, animal welfare, and even some astronomy, and of course the greatest football team in the history of the planet. All things great and good God given us. Manchester United champions of the Carabao Cup today. Long time. Haven't seen a trophy since 2017.
Congrats.
Hot101.net. Our name is our web address. There is no way that you can find us. So you'd have to make an effort not to find us at hot101.net. That's our name. That's our web address. You can listen to the main web address, where you can use our apps. You can go to the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store if you have an Android device. And if you have any other type of device, go to the TuneIn radio app. Go up to the search bar, type in hot101.net, and you will find us there. You can listen to us on your desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, smart speakers, Bluetooth headphones, Bluetooth it in the car, or just have the fun of having blue teeth. I don't even know where the Bluetooth thing comes from, but if you love blue teeth, you go for it. You go for it, kids. And TCP, the TCP Media Group, right here out of Lancaster, PA. We are proud and humbled to be part of all of these families and for you, the audience, to give us a part of your Sundays or, depending on where you are around the world, your Monday. We're proud and happy to be with you. However it is that you take in the program, please remember, if you missed any of the program so far, we started at 5 p.m., so we're about 2 hours 15 in. If you missed any of the program, you can always go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/that other side of information, and you can find the recorded version of the program there. George takes this video, turns it into a YouTube format, and post it there. All of our recorded programs from the inception of the program, just shy of 4 years ago, are right there. The only live interactive progressive media in the Commonwealth, and sadly, not too much of it really anywhere around the world, to be sad, but we're working on it. We're getting there. So we thank you again for being with us. I wanted to ask about what might be, again, sadly, a generalized question, but what it seems like in so many of these cases, and not to pretend to be an expert on all of these cases either, because there are so many of them, and that fact in and of itself is sad. But what happened to the principle of innocent until proven guilty? It seems to me that so many of these folks are in, and as Paul mentioned, they're in, they get in the system, they get trapped in this cycle of, well, maybe I'll just plea, I can get out quicker, keep the fines down, or sure, officer, check the trunk, or I don't know, perhaps probably any of a myriad of different situations, and they are eventually forgotten about. I should think even to the point where friends and family stop visiting anymore, or even forget that they're there. So what happened to the principle of innocent until proven guilty? Because it seems to me that so many of these folks have had that flipped on them, where they're being forced, and what you are trying to do is put them in a position where they're having to prove their own innocence,
right,
rather than have guilt proved upon them. Tell me if any of that makes sense, or if I'm wrong, or where are we with that?
Well, you know what? I will ask you to say you was correct for what you just stated. But I like to say this. It's say innocent until proven guilty, or I say innocent to proven guilty, or guilty to prove innocent. It's two words on that. You're innocent until proven guilty. However, you are guilty until proven innocent. That's what they're doing right now. It just changed it around. So I don't think that word is really knowledgeable no more when it comes down to people that's forgotten about, or they playing stuff on people. It's not where it's wrong, and it's gonna keep being like that, and you are innocent until proven guilty, but that's not the case. You are guilty until proven innocent, to me. So with that being said, it's just the way the justice system is. We don't go by the law anymore. They said we're not doing the law anymore, where they have a lot of, they go to the academy, they go through these rule books and all these other things, but they forget about it. Once they in that seat, they go, oh, I got it, so I don't care anymore. But they fight for what's right until they there, getting the seat. And after that, everybody, it's not just the minority people, it's just the world today. Everybody is guilty until proven innocent. That's what it is. It's not guilty. It don't happen that way no more, Jeff.
Well, then let me piggyback on that with a question that I scribbled down, because every now and then the brain kicks in. I actually write down notes. It happens. It's rare, but it happens. Talk to me about the disparity that I think most of us know about, but we maybe don't always acknowledge. The disparity between the amount of funding, personnel, et cetera, fill in the blank to anything else you want to add to it, between the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office.
Okay, excellent. You want to go first,
Yeah.
Paul?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. for example, you talk about.
I'm sorry, Paul, that's very rude of me, but I want to make an example of why I'm asking that question. We elect district attorneys, right?
Right.
We don't elect a head public defender.
Right.
You know what I mean? We give
Right.
what do we give the level of attention and campaigning to? Who's the person on the news? It's the district attorney,
Right.
the head prosecutor.
Absolutely.
Or for a municipality, a city, a town, a county, or a state's attorney general. There's no state head public defender. There's no city head. There might be a head of the public defender's office, but when the district attorney has a presser, right? The public defender is not standing next to him. They're not reporting to the public as equals. It's the district attorney's office, and then there's some public defenders. So isn't the work that you do kind of grounded in that, and the budgetary disparities between the prosecutors and the public defenders?
Yeah, I agree. I'll tell you, I got to start taking notes.
And forgive me for interrupting you, Paul. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No.
I was just trying to illustrate what I meant. I don't think I explained the
I'm
question.
gonna let John. I'm gonna let him do it. That's his era. So go ahead and John.
Yeah, great questions. And the way my mind works, I'm very linear in my approach to things when it comes to investigation. So I am compelled to have to finish the last little bit before I get to your question regarding, why are we guilty until proven innocent, and then the issue of the budget. What I wanted to reference, going back to the example of the young man and how he should articulate himself with dealing with law enforcement. The flip side of that is we also need to do training for law enforcement, and I want to speak to the extent to which law enforcement are in fact creating the escalations by the way they talk to people. So here in California, I show my students the post curriculum, and each LD means learning domain. And there's 43 or 44 learning domains in a 6-month police academy curriculum, ranging from traffic stops to interviewing victims to domestic violence, so on and so forth. There's not a single learning domain on effective communication. And so while they do communicate during the academy with respect to these specific scenarios, there's no class that the officers undergo in terms of how to communicate with people. And the message is one thing, but it's how you communicate the message. So you could walk to the car, as officers do, and you exercise your authority by telling them to roll down the window, and you're demanding driver information, and you're speaking in a way that leads the citizen to believe that you're something more than a cop. You're just a citizen who for 8 hours earns your living as a cop. And so I think officers, if they were trained to communicate more effectively, they would contribute to a great de-escalation in terms of things that go awry in the field. And so when a cop gets into an excessive use of force, more often than not, that wasn't the way he started his day. He didn't get up and say, listen, today, you know what? I'm going to shoot a young man in the back because he fled. What happened is he didn't get his shit together at home. He didn't compartmentalize his own personal life. And he brought his personal feelings to work, and it gets manifested because he hasn't controlled his emotions or his anger, and it gets manifested in this next traffic stop. And so you can say to a person, license and registration, or you can say, how are you, son? My name is Officer Smith of LAPD. I work highway patrol here. You're probably wondering why I stopped you. You rolled through the stop sign back there. You probably didn't see it because during inclement weather, the trees tend to obscure it. All things considered, if I could trouble you for your license registration, I'm going to run a quick check to make sure that you're valid to drive this vehicle and that the vehicle's registered. If I can let you go with just a warning to be careful, I'm going to try and do that, son. That is going to reduce the anxiety in that driver tremendously. So the point of this is we get to teach the officers how to communicate their job more effectively. Now, getting back to your second question regarding why is it that we appear to be guilty until proven innocent? There are plenty of criminal justice professionals who still embrace that ideal, but there are plenty who don't. And what we have to consider is the extent to which people are making decisions not to do a good job. They're making the decision not to embrace that ideal. And what contributes to that is a lack of core knowledge on the part of the citizenry. So that's why it goes back to my earlier remarks. Don't be a passive person during police contact. Be proactive by letting this officer know that you appreciate their service, you'd like to know more about what's going on, and you're going to do your best to make sure that this is a positive engagement. And by exerting your rights through the manifestation of your articulation, what you're doing is you're now really putting the burden on the law enforcement community to have to prove that you're guilty of something. And you're forcing them to appreciate the fact that you're innocent in that moment. So it really comes down to educating ourselves more about the exercise of our rights. And then lastly, the question regarding the disparity in income, or I guess budget, when it comes to the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office. Gosh, Jeff, you really hit the nail on the head. So here in Los Angeles, the county offices at the city level are in the billions of dollars. So LAPD is a $6 billion a year budget. The city attorney's office and the Los Angeles County Prosecutor's Office, they're about $1-2 billion. From that budget, the public defender's budget is eked out from that. So it is in fact less. And what you were saying is so on the money in terms of the visibility of the prosecutor versus the lead public defender. And so you've spoken to dynamics that are political in nature, which is why I say most of our evils go back to politics.
Kristen also points out right here in the Commonwealth, she points out a lot of stuff. By the way, there's a broadcast position right over there that she's not sitting in. She should be, so she can say the stuff herself. She's way smarter than me, and she's a lot prettier than me. I just want to say.
Jeff, that's not real quick. What actor do people say you remind them of?
Ben Affleck.
Okay, close. I was thinking a Harvard-educated Will Ferrell. You were so articulate, and you remind me so much of Will Ferrell. So I hope
I don't know what I think of that.
I hope your audience is not offended.
Why me? Oh, I don't know what I think of that. Oh, I'm gonna have to process.
No,
That. You're gonna have to let me process. There goes my TV career, Paul. Yeah. I was getting excited there for a second. Oh my goodness. I was getting so excited there. Kristen points out Luzerne County, right here in the Commonwealth, is no longer providing public defenders at all for certain low-level cases because of an inability to keep personnel. And that is largely due to the low pay and exceptionally high case volume.
That's shameful. That's so shameful.
Miss Tiffany, I want to ask you, I don't know if you are a mom or if you will be at some point. I just happen to look like I'm pregnant. That's why I keep the camera where I keep it. What do you we hear a lot about this from Black women, which I think is a whole, not necessarily a different set of circumstances, but as many injustices as are done to Black men, Black women have their own set of concerns and worries, not just what's going to happen to or around them at a traffic stop or a scuffle at the basketball court between kids or any one of 100 different things, but you also have the husbands, partners, and children to worry about. Are you able to sometimes, given the work that you do, given the fact that you're so deeply involved in it, are you able to sometimes maybe step almost out of yourself and back from it and kind of think about what you've learned, like some of the things that John talks about, or some of the ways that you see these cases go south, and think to yourself, I can't let that happen, or we can educate people from this, or we can learn. I'm not saying it right, but I hope you get what I'm trying to ask. I mean, are you able, what do you take away from the work that you do? What do you think that you might carry with you throughout the rest of your days if you should happen to to become a mom? What does this work bring to you? What do you carry with it? What do you learn from it? Whether from being deeply involved in it or the times that maybe you can separate yourself and kind of look at it from a 30,000 foot kind of view.
Well, I believe that the work that I do, whether I'm a mom or not, I see it all the same because the world is going to be how it is, no matter what time or generation we're talking about. But with the work that I do, it really puts things into perspective. I mean, I'm learning a lot working with John and the things that he shares, writ of habeas corpus, the constitutional safeguards. I'm learning a lot, just working with him. And a lot of the cases are very interesting, but in regards to your question, you kind of had like 3 questions in there, so I'm trying to kind of understand.
It's a habit. I tend to cluster my questions. It's a bad habit.
So, I mean, whether I'm a mother or not, I just feel the urgency and the need to really just share with the viewers and any audience, whether we come on radio interviews like this, is really sharing with them the knowledge that they can use. And when I do have children, to protect themselves. And that's why I really wanted to incorporate the case segment points that we're going to be doing on the show so that it makes it so that we're able to educate all the viewers on there, sharing things just like what John shared. He shared about what should you do, how you should respond when you're pulled over, things like that. Simple things like that can happen to any person. And so it's really, for me, when I'm going through these cases and the experience, this is our first season, one thing that stands out very important for me is to educate the people so that we can decrease the fear by giving them the knowledge to know how to handle certain situations. And so that's something that I will share with all mothers and fathers and children, young adults that are listening right now, is to gain the knowledge by watching our show, for instance, so that you can protect yourself as you go through life.
When did it hit you, Tiffany, that this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing with myself right now? I have found this work has meant so much to me that maybe at a quiet night, a quiet time in the evening, or if you're, private moment in having breakfast or something, where over a cup of coffee, you can just sit and go, this is exactly what I should be doing. This is exactly where my path has led me.
So funny that you say that. So it's been a journey to find what exactly I'm supposed to do. And what I did know was that I was supposed to be helping people. I didn't know in what industry, where exactly, but I knew in my heart I wanted to help people for the rest of my life. So when I did meet Paul and he shared that he was helping fallen celebrities in Hollywood who needed a second chance, I met up with him, told him that, in my heart, I guess that was the point, I want to help people on a platform like this. So I met up with Paul and I told him, hey, listen, I love that you're helping fallen celebrities, but I think that the whole world needs to be helped, not just this niche of people. And so that's where we changed it from Second Chance to Second Chance Saves Lives, which is our first TV show. And then moving on, with Paul's experiences being wrongly incarcerated, was when Forgotten Prisoners was founded. So really, to answer your question, really this helping people, this is my passion, this is what I'm supposed to do, really originated when Paul shared with me that he had been giving people second chances. And so it just grew from there. Now our brand is helping people. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything. That's what we want to do. We want to help people on the Second Chance Saves Lives TV show accomplish their dreams. It's not just people who are in need, who are struggling financially, need a home and need a car, but also people who have talent and are trying to get their career to the next level, trying to be seen and be connected with great producers, great directors, and want to act and want to sing. And so, and for Forgotten Prisoners is to help these people who are wrongly incarcerated, overserved their times in society, who've been given extra charges to be released, and helping them in that way. So really that is our brand, Second Chance Save Lives, and our slogan is helping others be victorious.
Why take this to media?
Well, media, as everyone knows, media and social media is the #1 platform. Everyone watches TV, everyone is always on their phones on social media. And in order for us to share with the youth and with even adults, older adults, the knowledge that they need so that they know how to communicate or they know how to respond to law enforcement, that is the best way. We can share through the media, whether it's television and social media, these tips will be able to really impact a lot of people. Our goal with our show is not to just get it on one network, but to also syndicate it to many others, because the more outlets that we're able to put our shows on is the more impact we're going to be able to have.
How important do you think that your program is going to be to something that John mentioned earlier, and that's the idea of preemption, the idea of trying to keep these things from happening before they happen? How do you think your show is going to help with that? Do you think it is a teaching tool for Black youth to say, that's not going to be me?
Right.
And now I know what to say when I get rolled up on, or and I hope I'm phrasing it right, but
Jeff, if I can jump in, so much about the media right now is responsible for misinforming our youth, in particular Black youth. So I'll give you a very cogent example. I am just not a fan of these First Amendment auditors on YouTube, and they're everywhere. It's not, I embrace the First Amendment. That's not my issue. My issue is that they're poor role models for how they should be interacting with law enforcement. They are just as aggressive and just as nasty as the cops who are diminishing their constitutional safeguards to film. You know, there is one show I'm a fan of. I think it's called Audit the Auditor. I don't know the young man's background, but he will profile cases from around the nation, mostly drawn from body-worn video that has been made public by the respective agencies. And depending on where the case takes place, he will go ahead and highlight the codes for that state in an effort to demonstrate what the proper application of the law would have been had circumstances been ideal. So I'm a fan of that show, but the rest of it, you could keep it. They're like I said, they're role modeling in a very poor manner. And so we want to stress to our youth that it's your tone of voice, it's your composure, but most importantly, when I say team, have fun with it. And I'm not diminishing the anxiety you feel during the moment of a traffic stop or police engagement. But when I say have fun with it, I'm talking about having enough core knowledge so that you can speak to it with an air of authenticity and you know that you're in the right. See, when you speak from a place of authenticity, you enjoy it, right? When you know that you're great at cooking chicken marsala, you can speak before strangers and explain that recipe. When you know you're skilled on the basketball court, you can play before a large audience and not have it diminish your skill set. Well, if we can inculcate in the minds of our youth an understanding that they deserve more, they're better than their current condition, they're not defined by humbling circumstances, and they too have the capacity to speak or articulate the exercise of the constitutional safeguards, it will allow them to have fun with it.
I'm reminded of two things. Bill Parcells saying, when you get to the end zone, look like you've been there before.
Right.
Oh, yes.
And you lived in New York City. I worked in New York City for many years and lived in that eastern half of New Jersey. And how do you not look like a tourist and not get targeted as a tourist? Look like you've been there before.
Yeah.
Right.
Carry yourself like you know what you're doing.
So you're a Hoboken boy. You were in Hoboken, I bet.
Oh no, I was born and raised in Phillipsburg, and then I got married.
Okay.
And I lived in the eastern half of Jersey for about 25 years, and then I came back. But John, I know you have to leave us at 1:15, so that's about 9-ish minutes. I want to just open the floor to you, as I do with every guest when they're departing. If there are any thoughts that we didn't get to finish, if there was something we didn't get to cover, and please let people know, whatever you're comfortable sharing out, how people can contact you, follow you, keep up with you after our program is done. So I turn the floor over to you, sir.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. So Jeff, first, to you and your partner and Lady J for working with you to facilitate this for us today. Thank you. Thank you. You're allowing us to share our message with people in a way that is authentic, it's comprehensive. And honestly, what we want to do is well up in the minds of a ton of people an understanding of not only what we're doing, but we want to inflame their passions as well. We want them to be just as ticked off regarding these apparent injustices. We want them to contribute in a way that's going to benefit these prisoners, whether it's the formation of a fund they can draw from for appellate work, or it's something to sustain their families, even if it's just to put some money on their commissary cards. We just want to be able to aid them. Now, listen, we are bright-eyed and we're bushy-tailed, but we're also realists. And we know that there are some people who are incarcerated, and thankfully so. But that's not the focus of the show. The focus of the show, and the reason that these 10 cases that we've taken off for season 1, the reason that I guess they, and every case that comes to us has merit, but the commonality amongst these 10 cases, despite the fact that there are distinctions in individual circumstances, the commonality is that they speak to patterns that are common through our society, even without coming into contact with law enforcement. And so by addressing the cases, hopefully we're helping the one individual and that person's family, but hopefully we're addressing the patterns that a vast number of people are going to be able to relate to or recognize in their own lives. So if the episode focuses on a traffic stop which led to this person's incarceration, wrongfully or not, if we can speak to the issues of traffic stops for the benefit of our audience, hopefully they will avoid that pitfall, because there's something that's going to resonate with them. And they're going to think, okay, under these circumstances, my emotions would normally lead me to do this, but I'm being trained to harness my emotions in furtherance of walking in the freedom of my constitutional safeguards. So and that's in part why we want to get it in the communities and start doing these 3-hour like legal workshops, at YMCAs or public schools, whoever will have us. In terms of the show, for security purposes, the investigative team and we are segregated, so to speak. So there's no way to really reach out to me directly. You can contact me through the show. So if you want to submit a case, Tiffany is really, she just wears so many hats, and Paul does too, but Tiffany really is the technological genius behind what we're doing. So she's created a platform wherein there can be submissions to the show, where we're going to ask for information regarding defense attorneys, prosecutors. We're going to be asking for information regarding anything that was obtained during the discovery period. Some of our cases they're still pending arraignment, and some have been incarcerated for quite a while. So we're looking at a broad spectrum there. If someone needs to reach me personally because they needed some sort of guidance regarding personal protection or investigations or other areas of my expertise, again, they've got to come through the show. So that keeps me and my investigative team walled off. And so I won't be going to parties. I won't be hobnobbing with celebrities. I won't be doing anything, because I can't be positioned where now they're going to try to impact which case we take or how we work a case. I was just on a personal level, I was telling Tiffany and Paul that they're probably going to have to drop their cell phones and start giving out Google numbers so that they can maintain an air of distance. Because what are we doing here? We're bringing to attention or bringing to light potential police misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, judicial misconduct, right? We're going to be stepping on some toes, so to speak. And so if we're going to be able to do that in a way that allows us to function fully without any threat of intimidation, it means having to segregate ourselves a bit. But you know what? I don't even worry about that, because I've got a team, or we have a team behind us that I feel confident that there's no resource in any small police department or any investigative agency might have on the government side or the public side that we cannot match on the private sector side. So we move forward with a great deal of, when I say arrogance, I don't mean arrogance in the traditional manner, but arrogance in terms of punching the bully in the mouth.
All right. I want to rephrase something. John, you stated that thanks to Lady J, but it was Lady J that we brought on here. It was actually April, who is, I think she's going for, I forgot, you mentioned Jeff I think she's going for office or something. I don't know which office. but-
Oh, my
is.
apologies. My
Yeah,
apologies.
She is.
She brought us on here, but we brought Lady J,
Mhm.
the network
Mm.
person. So, we can introduce our content, we can introduce her and what she's about, things like that in nature, because she's a part of us now. But April was the one who contacted us concerning this program. And we'll
Well,
try to-
before you leave us, John, let me deliver the same bad news to you that I delivered to Lady J, and that is I regret to inform you that you're a part of the family now. So
Oh,
this
man.
is, so this we will call on you again, and
Okay.
it is my
That means when I cook you some curry shrimp with basmati rice, I expect you guys to, and don't put it in the microwave, okay?
well, you cook that for Kristen because I spice and me, almost anything in me don't get along at this point at this age, but we will call on you again, and it is my deep and sincere hope that this is not the only time that we see you.
Oh no, I'm so honored, and I want to thank you so much. And wish you the best of the rest of the evening. Paul and Tiffany, thank you so much. I guess we'll connect tomorrow after the bar call.
John, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question real quick. I always wanted to ask you this, but check it out. It's always something I always got to say that's funny. Hey, Jeff, I told John, I said, hey, so when we come on, I said, we wear ties and shirts. So John got a tie, looked like a tie that he wrapped around and a jacket. John, is that your tie?
No, this is my scarf. I think I was telling you that I do security for my church, right? But I'm the undercover, so I'm not in a suit. I'm just dressed like a parishioner. And I have my earpiece with me.
I thought that was your tie. All you had to do was put on the coat, man. I thought it was some, some things you change in the program or suit wearing.
Nah, this is just my scarf. It's snowing in LA.
We know.
Outside my window right now.
Yeah, we know that.
The crazy time. So, okay, folks, I'm going to sign off. We'll talk to you all soon, okay?
Please come see us again, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Paul and Tiffany, let me build on something that John mentioned. Not only the possible retribution that might come to each of you for making these very public, sort of shout outs and call outs at these three levels of misjustice and misconduct that John mentioned, police, prosecutorial, judicial. Are you seeing, that would be bad enough. Let's put it that way. That would be bad enough for just the two of you. But do you see, by extension, in the work that you do, when you start to get involved with one of these prisoners, that they are now being retaliated against? Is there any retribution coming toward them because you have taken up their cause?
I want to say something. It's this guy that's been incarcerated. Name is Dewan. We on the show. Yeah, we on the show, Dewan, and he's calling me from prison. The person we're gonna try to get out. Would you like to say something to Mr. Kennedy?
Mr. Kennedy, sure.
Go ahead. We talking about cases and how you was wrongly incarcerated and stuff like that. So you're on air now, live.
Okay. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Kennedy? Nice to meet you.
Good to hear from you, Dewan. It's very brave of you to share your story.
Maybe you can ask him directly, Kennedy. Or John.
Tiffany and Paul and everybody else is doing hard work. It's a blessing to have y'all, working to help us, get back out there to our families and everything. We appreciate you guys.
Of course, Dewan.
Share your case, Dewan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yes. As far as my case, I was locked up. I had witnesses testify that I paid someone to come to my city and kill somebody. They all received deals for testifying against me. All of them have been home except for me. Everybody in my case has been home because they took deals with the prosecutors to make them a lie on me. So I ended up coming to the state after doing 9 years and 1 month in the Fed. And so I've been here in the state now for almost 20 years. Yeah. It's been about 21 years because I've been locked up May May 8th will be 30 years that I've been in prison. Since then, I came in without a GED. I'm in college now. I'm like 3 courses away from getting 2 degrees. So I've, educated myself since I've been in prison. Stay out of trouble. Just keep my faith in God. So, my family supports me very well. I have people who really love me and want me back home. So again, I'm grateful for the help that all of y'all give me. Thank you very much.
Dewan is I guess a handful of people while incarcerated. He's very studious, working to get these degrees. He's actually very dedicated. We go back and forth on email, and he's shared certificates that he's already accomplished, and he's working and plans to get his PhD or master's. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dewan, once he's out. So he really wants to change his life. His life is already changed. He's just, once he gets out and gets his freedom, he's really going to make an impact in the world. And that's his plan, which Dewan's he's a great guy. We keep in contact with him a lot. So it's very pleasant. And I'm glad you're able to meet him, Jeff.
And Jeff, this one of the cases we have is called the Supreme Super 9. The big 9 cases that have been red flagged with the Supreme Super 9 cases. So we call it that, just like they had the Central Park kids out of New York. We call it the Supreme Super 9. Yeah, and he got a terrific case, and John looked into his information, and he was falsely accused. So this is one of the people who've been in there incarcerated, they wouldn't give him surgery. Now he has surgery, and all the things are going wrong with him because his bones and joints are rotting, because he out there, they don't give him the aid that he needs. But they give him everything else to lock him up, but they don't give him the aid that he needs. And
how does a gentleman like Dewan, how does his case come to you? How do you find out about him? What's the mechanism that connects those dots between him to you?
His people submitted to our Forgotten Prisoners TV show. We get the case and we submit it right to John, and John just look at it with his team and he go, oh, he's innocent. And we just work with it, and John get more paperwork, talk to his attorneys, and then we move on from there, and we'll take his case. And that's how everyone do. Some people, they guilty, but we don't take their case. However, anybody that's incarcerated, false imprisonment, or been there overserved their time, we go ahead and try to move forward with it, just like the Larry Hoover case. And he's getting out. Just put it that way. It's too security to let him know when, but he's getting out. But however, he overserved his time. Now with the Dewan case, he was falsely accused. He was in prison when this murder occurred, and then they transferred him from the federal and the state and say, now you got a murder conviction. How can you do a murder when you in the federal penitentiary? I don't understand that. So that's what's happening in his case, because they wanted to get the main leader of the drug people and say, okay, now we're gonna pin this on you. Same thing they did to Larry Hoover. They pinned like 6 licenses on him while he was in jail. How can you do that to someone? Why you do it? And John already said it's breaking it's against the law all the way around. So this is why we took this gentleman case, and he keep calling us and talking to us, and we speak to him. We not just him, but every prisoner we call, they speak to us. We talk to them. We let them know it's going to be all right. Give them rich assurance that we're going to do something. And it makes them feel better about themselves, knowing that one day they're going to be out. We know they got to be patient. However, we coming. And so that's how we were able to get these cases, Jeff, to answer your initial question.
And Dewan, I hope he can hear me. What does it mean to you to have the input and the work that Paul and Tiffany do? What is it? And John, what has it meant to you? How has your life changed? You are still incarcerated, and that obviously is the ultimate goal, to not be anymore. But even though you are still in, how has life gotten better with their involvement, with the higher attention and profile of your case? How has your life gotten better?
Well, my life has gotten better because it has given me hope and given me faith to let me know that there are people who believe in second chances. Because a lot of times, people such as myself, I've never been in trouble up until that point in time. So yes, I made some mistakes and chose the wrong path, but at the same time, I reformed my life in here. And I always knew that one day that I would run into people like Paul and Tiffany. Well, I prayed hard on it. And, you know, to me, it was God's intervention bringing them into my life. So it's made a big impact in my life because I'm able to work with them. Not only that, that helped fulfill my goals of getting out and trying to help other people get up out of this situation as well. Because we don't have people like Tiffany and Paul that try to reach out to help people like us that they're innocently convicted of things and maybe serve their time and it's the time for them to come home. The parole boards are very hard. You give them everything that they want, and then when you give them everything that they want, then they take you through all types of recourses and everything. And, like they just keep. To me, the parole board is like using us as a paycheck to keep us in here. You know, I understand they have to be careful about who they let out of here, but a lot of us work hard to reform our lives. I'm not the same person that I was when I came in here. I came in here at 28 years old. I'm 58 years old now, you know, so I wanted to make a change in my life. And that's what I've done since I've been in prison. I came in without a GED. I'm a person that's out there. I just made the Dean's list. I just made the Beta Kappa Honor Society. So I'm just in here just reforming my life because I choose not to go back to that route. I want to get out and help people such as like Paul and Tiffany are doing. I want to get out and help prevent crime and help protect my neighborhoods and try to, you know, do the wrongs, right or right, and make everything right for the wrongs that I've done. That's always been my ambition since I came to prison. I don't want to come out of here. I didn't want to come out here the same person that I was when I came, and I've done that. I've changed myself around. So that's what it means to me to be blessed to run into people like Tiffany and Paul and John.
How does that make you feel, Paul and Tiffany, when you hear DeJuan say stuff like that?
It make me want to cry, man, because look here, when I was in that cage, I didn't have nobody. We didn't have forgotten prisoners. We didn't have someone to reach out to you and say, you've been falsely accused, let me let you out. You're going to serve that time. You're going to fight. You're going to sweat. You're going to get all these other attorneys that's going to go with the DA and say, oh, you should not go to trial, or you're going to do this and that. You're going to give you more. And they stack all these felonies on you. So, you know, but DeJuan in every one of these cases, DeJuan especially became like a brother to us. I saw myself in his shoes and I try to talk to him every chance I can because I know he don't talk to no one in there. I know what it's like being in, not talking to someone, giving you inspirational things, you know, to let him know it's going to be all right, man. It's going to be all right. You're going to be all right. You know, and a lot of people don't tell them that. So when they do, they fall into this depression. They fall into everything that's, you know, not going right with them. And they just tumble and they fall, you know, and they have all these people telling them in their ear, oh, you're going to die in prison and stuff like that. And we want to tell him, we are grateful for him to allowing us to get this program and get you out of here. We got the program now. Now we got a voice. Now we can turn it around and get the corruption out and get you back on the other side of the gate, because he don't know, like he had to educate himself. As we go in there, we don't have a platform. We don't have something that people, you know, have. We don't have where we, you know, someone going to help us as Black minority people. They look at us and say, this is it for you. This is it. You're not going to be able to make it. This is it. This is your life now. But with him, no, we try to keep him strong. And like I said, for him to say something like that again, it makes me cry because everyone says this. They reaching out to us and saying, help me. Here's my hand. Figure it out and help me. I don't have nowhere else to go. Help me. This is him. This is why it's very important to us just to hear his voice and keep moving, because it's not just us motivating him. It's him motivating us to get him out.
Without trying to skip too many steps ahead, what is the prospect for DeJuan? What can he expect? I know what your hope is. I know if you could snap your fingers and he'd be out and back to a quote unquote normal life, I know that that's what you would do. But what's the steps? What is the prospects for him?
The steps
in the future. What's the process? What happens?
You saying after he get out? or before?
No, to get out. What's
To
next?
get out?
How
Okay,
does
the
he
next-
get out? What do you all do? You've made contact, you keep in
Right.
contact with him. What happens?
So John, look at his case. Like I say, he have a lot of individual federal and people whose agents. They look at the case. They write letters to the judge. They write letters to the DA office, and they write letters saying what they found in his case. Now, it's either two things they can do. They can answer him, let him out, overturn his conviction, or we can put him on the show and we air it all over the world, and then all your dirty laundry is aired out, where we gonna say, we gave you a letter, we called the government, nobody answered us, but this is what we have right now. And let's let the people know all around the world, this is happening to this individual. So either way, they're gonna let him out. He gonna get out. So the letter comes first. So we have to let them know, listen, this is what they did to this individual. This is what we found. If you haven't found this, and now it's coming from the federal, it's not coming from us, it's coming from them. And if it's the state and then it comes from the federal, they're going to have to look into something and say, you know what, we was wrong about this case. However, we'll overturn the murder conviction and then he's out. But if not, we're going to highlight you, brother. We're going to put you on the show. So it's, hey, either you do it or you don't, and we're going to figure it out later on, because it's not maybe that you get a lot of people get incarcerated or indicted. It's going to be the whole team get indicted because what they done to this man. You have to look into this. The judge, look into this. You know, governors, look into this. They just sit on the table. I know it's a lot of people who's been falsely accused, but we doing one by one. We send you a letter. You looking at the letter, everybody see the letter. Okay, you ain't gonna do anything. You ain't gonna answer us. Okay, we're gonna put you on TV and we're gonna see the end. That's how we do it.
And just to let you know, Jeff, in regards to DeJuan's case, you know, he was initially arrested on federal drug charges, and he took a plea agreement where they promised him 221 months and no further charges. And then while he was in federal prison, he was blindsided by the murder charge. The co-defendants were promised a sentence reduction, and they threatened to testify against him. He was tried and convicted of aggravated murder, and there were no witnesses and no physical evidence connecting him to this murder. So that in itself are things that we're going to bring up and raise questions in regards to his case. There's a lot of things, a lot of corruption that happened. So that's what we're going to be bringing to light on the show in regards to DeJuan's case.
I can't even imagine what it is to be DeJuan. I just can't. And I think sadly, the vast majority of people can't either. And that's probably, which is a very poor excuse, but probably why folks like him do get forgotten, because they can't even imagine having or to go through such a thing. I mean, it's even though he has done such work to improve himself, he did that on his own. The system certainly didn't help him do it. 30 years of your life. He's been in more than he's been out. What a, I don't even know how to put that. I don't even know how to wrap my head around that. I mean, I don't necessarily have a question here. I mean, you're welcome to respond to it, but gosh, how do you even wrap your head around
Well, we do have to
something like that?
We do have to commend DeJuan because go ahead, DeJuan.
I would like to say this too. Guys in my situation, after having the money to pay for a federal lawyer and them taking all my assets and all of that, I was unable to have a paid attorney for my state case. My father, my brothers were locked up, so I didn't have nobody to get me a decent lawyer. I had a public
Offender.
a public defender. Yeah, so I didn't have a good defense because the evidence would have showed that there was no way possible. These people came in and were getting deals, and it was even said in the courtroom that they were getting deals. And some of the things were just preposterous that they were saying. There was no way. But how I got my head around it, because I had a strong mother, I had a strong family, and I had children out there that I know that I had to keep my head in the game. My mother passed away since I've been in prison. My grandmother, all my matriarchs, just been my support since I've been in prison passed away, my sister. So the last thing my mother told me before she passed was, I need you to be strong. So I had a game plan when I first got arrested because I was trying to get away from that life before I left the streets. I wanted to be educated. I wanted more than just that. You know, my mother and my father, they didn't have education, you know, so I wasn't able to go to the best of schools. I was always a family man, so anything I did, it was to help my family. The way I chose was wrong, and I realize that now. But I want to get out there and help people. I want to leave a mark, a good mark. I don't want to leave a bad mark. I want to get a chance to redeem my name and go back out there and help people to keep them and prevent them from coming in here and committing crimes against society and hurting other people. So that's always been my goal since I've been in here. You know, even in here, I've made break up fights and stuff like that and try to keep the peace and stuff. I was once told by a gang coordinator, we need guys in here like you to help balance things out because you're the type of guys that, while the other guys are acting up, you're the guys who help keeping things at peace. So, you know, this has just always been my nature. Like I said, I just chose the wrong path for trying to help my family, and I realized that. So, yes, but I have to stay strong. After all these 30 years, I'm not going to let this break because I know there is a God, and I know that people like Tiffany and Paul were going to come into my life. I prayed, we all prayed for each other because we may have came into different paths, but we prayed, and that's what brought us together. Paul has been a brother to me and sister, and Tiffany has been a sister to me. It's nothing that I can call and talk to them about. They know my family, they interact with my family, and various other things. So yes, I'm grateful for them. So that's how I wrap my head around that. I have to stay sane so I can get out and do my mission for the people I want to help.
And what is it that you want to do, Dewan, when you get out? Do you want to do or join the work that Paul and Tiffany do? Do you want to do something completely different? What is it that you hope to do, want to do when you get out?
Of course, I have other things that I want to do. Like I have plans to, you know, be a freight broker. I have plans to be a business consultant, but at the same time, I want to get out and help Tiffany and Paul and continue this work because I know once I get out, I have to help build on what they're building on because people, they need me. I'm in here with these guys. I know how some of these guys are sitting in here innocent and they need help. They don't have the people that I'm in contact with. Their people have died on them. They don't have nobody to reach out and can't eat. The food is terrible. Like Harlem said, I spent 5 years trying to get a surgery that I just got done 2 months ago. 5 years. I had to walk around in pain and suffering. And then after I had the surgery, I wasn't given any type of pain medication, anything. I had to live with that and deal with it. So my plan is to get out and continue and help aid Paul and Tiffany. That's one of my goals. That's a number one priority for me. Come down there and assist them. I'm gonna be a ambassador for them. So yeah, that's my goal.
It's amazing. I wish I had 1,000 questions, but I find myself kind of staggered. But
Yeah. Mom would be an amazing asset.
It's nice to be talking to you. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, trust me, I'm not that special. You're the special one for even being able to hang in. I can honestly say I don't think it's a stretch, Paul. Perhaps you can even, share something to this that many of these folks don't get to where Dewan gets because they probably take their lives before that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or they get killed in prison.
Absolutely. A lot of people,
they never get to where Dewan has gotten because they simply don't live long enough.
Right. Absolutely. Dewan got hope now, but a lot of people give up hope. A lot of people hanging themselves. A lot of people say, I got all these years. I'm done. I'm fried. But what they don't know, they still have a fight in them. They have a fight in them. I can say a lot of people can't say that, they know Dewan's pain. I've been in there. I know Dewan's pain, especially when I only did 14 months. But I tell you what, 14 months felt like 20 years to me because I was fighting, sweating tears, trials, trying to go back and forth. But Dewan, that 30 years, that's like 60 years, because you're in there a long time and then you got to figure out who you're going to get to try to help you. Who can I trust Can I trust this person? This person, should I shut my mouth? You know, so you got to understand that prisoners, where people say things to other people and they talk, sometimes you got to keep things silent. But however, I understand the one's pain and everybody else's pain who've been, you know, convicted and innocent until, like you said, innocent until proven guilty. No, it's guilty until proven innocent. They should turn it around. You see, so I understand the pain. Me and Tiffany understand what's going on with individuals. She understood my life story. I understood hers, and now we understand every individual life story. I wish everyone would put themselves in people's shoes. You know, a lot of times people don't donate to us, but that's okay. You know, donation. We have a 501c3. People can donate and help the cause. But a lot of people don't, because they think that, you know, if they don't, then this is we ain't gonna do. We're gonna keep doing it. And we have to send them letters out. You know, we got the show, we got the platform, we got the stage, we got everything, and we still moving forward with it, with or without your help. So, you know, if you out there, you know, and anything ever happened to people like yourself or Dewan or falsely accused or overserved their time, then you know what? It's time to step up and fight. Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Keep on fighting, and get up and keep fighting till sweats and tears come out you. Because I tell you what, them balls ain't no joke, man. And eating it's crazy in there. It is. You catch any kind of infection in there, you catch all kind of stuff in there, and they tell you, well, we're gonna put you on the list to see the doctor. And they in the camera looking at you laughing while you in pain, you know, suffering. They like to see that. They like to see you give up. But we all fighters, we can't give up right now, Jeff. We can't do it.
It's not a good thing for the host of any type of program to be speechless. I am a bit now, because I'm just staggered at the, and that's not to say hearing it from, I know you've been through it, Paul, hearing it from you, but seeing you in this context maybe does provide, rightly or wrongly, a little distance from it. But hearing Dewan straight from where he is, there's such a power to it. It's almost hard to, I'm staggered by it, and I just don't have good words for it, unfortunately. It's staggering, and I can't imagine the hope that you all must bring to not just to Dewan himself, and God knows that hope is immense and immeasurable, but to the folks around him, to his family, his friends, and probably to other inmates that are next to him, to know that somebody cares. Somebody actually gives a, you know what, somebody gives a crap. Somebody is making an effort. And it shouldn't have taken, this is really, it seems to me that this is really so much I mean, look, there's a lot of intersections here, I think. There's politics, there's money in politics. There's the inadequacies of funding within the judicial system. There's elections, there's racism, there's the profit motive. But it seems to me at the end of the day, it really is, again, at the fear of being oversimplified, it's right and wrong.
Right.
It's morality versus immorality, how we treat our fellow man, if you will, our fellow human being, our fellow resident. This is I say on this program every week, especially when we sign off at the end of the show, I think one of the great fallacies, one of the great lies that was foisted upon us originally by Margaret Thatcher and then all but wonderfully embraced and swam in it by Ronald Reagan is that we're not a country. We're not a community. We're not a society. We're just a group of rugged individuals. And nothing could be further from the truth. If my house burns, my neighbor better well be frightened, because their house is probably going to go with it, unless that socialistic fire department comes and saves them from it. We are a community. We are a society. There is my neighbors, my neighborhood, my town, my county, my commonwealth, my nation, this planet. We start off the program, it's planet Earth, the only one we have. The third, very simple third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system. We are it. so far as we know. We are it. We are a community. What happens to you and what happens to Tiffany affects Paul, which affects me, even though we don't live anywhere near each other. Because we are a community and society. What's happening to Dewan affects me. It especially affects me now having spoken to him. And maybe I didn't realize it before. In fact, I can probably say I really didn't have a good, such a tangible sense of how much it could affect me. But we are a society. What I would say to my dear audience, my friends, the family that is this program, listen to this man's words. What he's going through and has gone through damn well should affect you. Not because it takes a meal off your table or affects your ability to pay the mortgage or what your kids are learning in school, but because it's wrong. It's just wrong. It's immoral. It's against every tenet of every major faith. It's morally bankrupt. It's wrong. And it does affect you, and it bloody well should affect you. And we've had a lot of guests on this program. We've heard a lot of stories, and they've been powerful. Some of them have been downright depressing. And this will certainly top the list. It's been one of the most powerful things I've heard on our humble little program so far. And you're a very brave man for telling it, Dewan. I'm nobody in the grand scheme of things. You know, we're lucky. We got about 250,000 people that we reach every week. But as a percentage of 8 billion, it's not necessarily all that high. But this is how it starts. This is how solutions start. As we talk to each other, we put a human face behind these things.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Oh,
Now 1 minute remaining.
go ahead, Dawn. You take the last minute. Say anything you want to say, my friend.
Well, like I said, I'd like to thank you all because people don't believe nobody's the same as they was 20 and 30 years ago. We all had to take a stand and change our lives. You know, some people continue to keep on doing things. It's wrong. But when you have a wake-up call, listen to that call, change yourself, educate yourself. A lot of people that's in here, they're not educated. But once they become educated, they're now able to see the wrongs that they've done. Education plays a very big part. They did the Pell Grant back up right before the COVID started, and now we're able to get degrees in here now. So we're going to continue to work and reform people in here's programs that's being established in here to help people really get themselves together. We want to reach out and let people. Thank you for using TTL.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he paid for that phone call too, didn't he?
yeah. And then the other thing is like, well, he don't have to. I don't know if he paid for it now. I think it's I just take it. Sometimes he don't, but I think he has done that one. But he was saying that, a lot of people, John was stating that a lot of people should help with the funding and donations so people can get some good attorneys, and stuff like that. Or they can get people John know that's trustworthy. Because even though you give an attorney and they pay them, if they ain't trustworthy, they're gonna take your money and they're gonna leave you hanging. But if they trustworthy, John's people, they'll know what to do right off the top, So again, it just the justice system and how it works, and it's all about money. But we here for the people. We know God gonna bless us either way it go with the shows and everything like that. But He gonna bless us even more if He send you out to do a mission, far as the helping people who been, like she said, Second Chance TV show, and then Forgotten Prisoners. You have to be in that category. So if they ask me about the Forgotten Prisoners, I can say, well, I've been wrongfully incarcerated. I know about the crooked justice system. Okay, we see you. What about Second Chance Saves Lives? Oh, I've been homeless before. I needed to reach out to people. People wouldn't help me. So that's what our show is about. Second Chance TV show saves lives. So it's like burning together my whole life story and what I've been through, and it's not right. It's not, man. It's like, everybody's about money. Everybody's about trying to get that dollar. But what they don't know is while you're chasing that dollar, and doing corruption, then you have to use them dollars to get yourself out of federal prison, because that's what's going to definitely happen to you if you keep doing what you're doing. And we just want to make an impact, Jeff. We're just trying to make everybody align with us, and everyone is on the same boat that we on, because the boat gonna leave regardless. You know, anything that happened to me, it's gonna still go. Happen to Tiffany, is still gonna go. The show gonna keep rolling. We still got everybody. Everybody's gonna keep doing what they're doing. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I want everybody to get on the team. Let's get some. Let's vote for some good people who can help us. Let's vote for some people who can be out there. You know, we have a big outlet. We have, you know, celebrity-based people. You know, let's help the right people get on the boat. You know, if you're gonna say I'm gonna do this and do that, we're gonna look at you. Like April, I know she's a great person. You know, let's help her move forward. You know, let's do the right thing. You know, but a lot of people don't want to vote because they know they might do the right thing. But however, you know, we got to do, Jeff, regardless.
Nothing
Right.
Nothing has ever been gained by staying home and doing nothing.
Right.
I know that it can be very hard. Sometimes you feel like you do work and you get nothing for it. I mean, Kristen and I went to a couple different, protests after the Hobbs decision, and women were, this should have been settled 50 years ago. We've been out here and we've been voting and we've been trying to get people to protect reproductive rights, and look, they still took it away from us anyway. We're done and we're gone and we're going home. Nothing solves that way. Nothing is solved that way. So when it isn't easy, it's not. I mean, the same way that this country woke up after Election Day in 2016, the earth, President Obama was right. No, it's not what we wanted. But the sun came up. The earth is still turning.
Yep.
It will rain some places. It will snow some places. The sun will be out and it will be hot in some places. Kids will go to school. We'll make dinner. We'll go to restaurants. We'll go to movies, and the world will continue.
Right.
And if you're, for a man like DeJuan to hold that faith for so long, that is something properly special. I don't even have words for it. If my team had lost today, I would have been in a hell of a worse mood than I'm in. And that's such a small thing in the grand scheme of things. What a small thing to worry about. What a pretty good life you probably have when the thing that defines your mood for a few hours is whether your sporting team won or not. Then you're probably doing okay. I know that you were originally planning on leaving us at the top of the hour, and you've gone well past that, and for an excellent reason. So what I want to do is give you both the same thing that we do for anybody else who is exiting the program. Open floor. What did we not cover? What did we cover, but maybe you didn't get to finish your thought? Social media, how do people find you, follow you, watch the show, stay in touch? I just want to open the floor to you, and please have at it.
Now, due respect, ladies first. Go ahead, Tiffany. Go on.
Okay, so I just want to let everybody know who's listening in that if they have a case they want to submit, they go to our website at www.secondchancesaveslives.org. That's spelled with the number 2, N as in Nancy, D as in David, CHANCE, SAV as in Victor, ES, LIV as in Victor, ES.org. And you go under Contact Us to the Forgotten Prisoners page, and there you will find the submission at the bottom where you can enter all the information, the person's name, their case number, background details, even a website if you've created a website for your loved one who's a forgotten prisoner. And on that same page is where there will be a button for inquiries if you do want to reach out to John for some other work, security services or whatnot. And as far as social media, we also have our link tree where you will find everything that you can possibly need to know about our organization. It is Second Chance TV Production. That is the name on our link tree. So there you can read more about each show, more about Paul and myself and our background, our bios. You'll find past news media articles that we've been featured on, other video interviews we've been featured on, and just on our website you can see all the people that we are fighting to help. And any last thought? That's pretty much it right now. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, for me, I'm gonna give this last introduction because see, I like to tell it real, reality-based life. Look here, Jeff. You look in the mirror, right? And you know one day that you're gonna die, right? Anything can happen.
Yeah.
You ain't promised tomorrow. So you grow up and you keep growing, right? But you don't know when you're gonna take your last breath on earth, right? So say a nuclear bomb hits, right? Everybody dies. Now, if you look at everybody that's in prison, how they gonna get out? If you look at everybody, if a big tsunami come in LA, how they gonna get out? You see, so we don't think about the people who's just caged there like that. Even they tell, you know, that they tell, take the chains off the dogs, let them go. You know, let our people go who haven't done anything wrong. And if you think about the Juan situation, and he wants to get out, he got that faith. And all of a sudden, something happens to him. Why? Because he was locked up so long. And he wants to get out in the community to help and live the rest of his life. Now, how much time he got, we don't know. How much time we got, we don't know. But if everything was to end tomorrow, everybody who's been falsely accused, everybody who's out there homeless, everybody who's been overserved their time and waiting to get out, their life ends just like that. See, so we have to think about that and move quickly to try to help organize this situation and stand in hand and try to help everyone in the world get to where they need to be. Now, people haven't thought about that. They haven't thought about the Dewans and Timothy Bars and all these other people, you know, just they haven't thought about it. They feel like, well, this ain't my family. Well, I don't know him. Well, I don't do this, I don't do that. So, but you know what? You know what? One day you're gonna find out. One day it may be your mom. One day it may be your dad. Maybe one day they might be dead. One day your best friend might be incarcerated for no reason, or your family members, or you for no reason. And then you're gonna think about what we told you. Trying to fight something that can't be fought. That's like hitting a brick wall with boxing gloves, and you ain't never, all you're gonna do is punch out all the padding and get to your hand and hurt your hand. They punching, Jeff. They punching real hard on these walls and cells. It won't come loose. It won't. So when the bomb hit, everybody go. Everybody got to go. We on this earth to die. But how we die, it's the thing that God has created. When we do gonna die, we don't know. So if you don't know this, you don't have a plan. Then what's next for us, Jeff? What do we do? How do we break this cycle of wrong conviction? How do we break this cycle of being there too long? How do we break this cycle? How? Because it's about the money and the power, right? So we can't break it. However, we can get a little key and click some cages to let some people out who've been dealt with in a wrong situation. So if you think about that, Jeff, you think about life. And when you think about life, you think about living. And when you think about living, you think about dying. When you think about dying, you think about yourself. Because that's all you have is yourself. So how are you going to create that? And how are you going to help others? Yourself. You have to finish the race. We got to finish the race, Jeff. We got to. Because ain't nobody going to do it for us. We're going to keep on going until we let these people out of prison. And we need some people who going to help us, some Congress people, some governors, whoever feel that what I just stated to them or what I just said, and they can look at themselves in the mirror and say, I got to do better. I got to do better. Because what goes in the dark, come to the light. It may be a long while, but that light don't click. When that light click, who's up under the light? Who's ready to go? You see? So like you stated before, it ain't all, I used to get upset when Dallas Cowboys lost, right? Until I told myself, I can't be upset. I said, look here, I'm wearing a shirt with a name on it that ain't even my name. They ain't paying me money to help them win or think. This is something that they do. This is something that the NFL do, right? For money, billions. Now look here. We rooting for the prisoners though, because we understand what they're going through. This is an organization. This is something that, like the NFL, make money, prisons all around the world, billions of dollars. So let's just fight for these prisoners. Let's forget about everything else. Everything else don't matter. Everybody gonna live their life that they can. I'm gonna live mine, and you're gonna live yours. And Tiffany gonna leave yours. But listen, the thing about it is you can't go with nothing. You come in this world by yourself, you're gonna end by yourself with nothing. So if anybody think about that, or think about the things I said, they will understand, let these people go. Because you ain't promised tomorrow, Jeff, we not. And everybody like the Warren case, I feel so bad. Because you know what I think? Sometimes I think about tomorrow. I think about when the world gonna end and all this stuff going on. And I go, man, I gotta work fast, I gotta get them out. But if I don't have no leeway, Jeff, they just as good as dead, with or without the world ending. Because they lost hope, they lost faith. We try to keep their hopes up and their faith going. But we need some help, Jeff. We need some help. We need it. We got to get the help.
Well, I'm gonna wear them out. I'm gonna wear out one of my favorite jokes, but I got bad news for you too as well.
That's all right. We family.
Y'all are part of the family now, and it is my deep, deep wish that this is not the only time that we hear from you. You have the keys to the castle. You know how to get in. If there is anything that you think that my audience needs to know, please come back and visit us. And it doesn't have to be for 3 hours or two. Yeah, 3 hours. It doesn't have to be for 3 hours. You need to pop in and give us a 5-minute update on something.
Yes.
Alert us to something that you think my audience needs to know. You tell me, and you come back and you see us again. Please don't let this be the only time that you come and see us. The work is too important and the message is too important. And we are humbled and honored and blessed that you took this much time to come and talk to us today about your work, about, I think, well, the importance of it is evident. I don't think we needed to explain that, but just how desperate some of these situations can be, but yet there is still some hope. And, you know, thank you hardly seems enough, but I'm just blessed and I'm eternally grateful to you. Please come back and see us again.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Special
Whenever you
message
call,
to
we here.
the family and friends of all of our Supreme Super 9 cases, family and friends of Larry Hoover, David Lee Dew, Marquise Rayner. He's out already, but you know, we were there when he was still incarcerated. To Jerome Dayo, to Brian Parnell, I did miss him. I just want to list all of them.
Timothy Barr.
Timothy Barr, Sabrico Bell, Cheyenne Bratcher, and her mom Brenda Fine. And that's for, I think that's it.
We thank you for even putting the
Dewan
word
Bruno.
out there. Yeah.
Dewan Bruno.
Yeah, Dewan Bruno. Yeah, that was the one that was on the phone. Yeah.
Yes, that's why I missed him. But
Well,
yeah.
I release you back to your evening.
Okay.
Go grab some dinner, have a glass of wine or something, relax, get some rest, and back at it first thing tomorrow morning. And again, just my deepest and most sincere thanks to you. It's an honor to know you, and I'm humbled by it. And please come back and see us again. But for the rest of tonight, get out of here and go home.
It was an honor for you too. You somebody special too, because a lot of people don't do the broadcast and all these other things and what the little they have. So I want to honor you too. Everybody is celebrity in my book. Everybody who's trying to make a difference. Hey, you make a difference, and we appreciate you more than what you realize.
Well, when this is a full-time job, then maybe I'll believe that. But right now, it's a very low-paid hobby. I'm always beating up poor George about how I'm going to cut his pay, but George, I'm cutting your pay in half. Well, half of zero is still zero. I think he's in the negative at this point. He's way behind. But anyway, thank you guys. Please have a great night.
You too. God bless you. Bye-bye.
That is Paul and Tiffany New Royal. Second Chance Saved Lives, Forgotten Prisoners. All of the links are in the chat at that other side of information. They're not everywhere else we have shared the show, to my knowledge. I don't think the comments cross over. That's why I miss so many comments, unfortunately, from some of the other places that we share. I miss them. It's never my intention for that to happen, by the way. But it does happen that I will miss, if you're watching at the New Deal Democrats and you comment, I don't get to see it. And that always bothers me. Now, I think I've kept up with them. I don't think there's actually been any at any of the other locations. So I hope I didn't miss any. But for the main feed of this program, the main live feed of the program, that other side of information, all of the links to the show, how to donate, emails, contacts, all that stuff is in the chat. That other side of information. We have about a half hour left. We are live with you for February 26, 2023. Wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group, or stay right where you are to every group, page, and individual who allows this program to be part of your little corner of the Facebook universe. Thank you. We could not be here without you. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, Tune In Radio app, and tell Alexa to play Hot101.net and the TCP Media Group. So I'm actually kind of almost tired from that. There's so much emotion wrapped up in that story and what they do. It is it's properly powerful. Could you imagine being the family of a man like Dewan or any of the Super Nine that they're talking about? And the nine that they're talking about is such a minuscule percentage of the total number of people who are in the same circumstance as somebody like Dewan. Could you imagine being a family member? The guilt, the worry, the constantly scraping and chasing lawyers and judges and reading up on the law, going to visit, trying to supply them money, hoping they don't get stabbed in the middle of the night, or that a guard who's having a bad day doesn't take it out on them, or that more and more charges are piled upon them just to keep them in. And we didn't even scratch the surface. We sort of mentioned it here and there, but I'm not really sure that we've even scratched the surface of the depth of the problem of the prison industrial complex. We talk about, President Eisenhower warned us all. I tend to think that not even just the United States, but warn the planet really of the greed of the military industrial complex. That was a term that he coined to warn Americans that your national defense is not for profit, but these companies have arisen that have who have made it who've turned it into an industry to keep you scared and make you think that you continually need to spend billions upon billions upon billions on national defense. And that while national defense is important, it need not be this huge for-profit industry. And we did not heed his call. And the lobbyists of that industry, kind of in combination with the fact that we didn't pay attention or enough attention, has led us to where we are now, $850 billion a year in defense spending. Republicans love to cry and scream about the amount of money that Social Security and Medicare take out of the budget. That money is paid for. That's money you and I contributed. But the military budget is straight tax dollars. $850 billion of it. Senator Sanders would tell us that the real dollars is really more about 1.2 trillion every single year. And in the same way that we have conducted Okay. In the same way that we have constructed, I should use the right words, this military industrial complex, we have constructed a prison industrial complex. We have constructed a health industrial complex, an educational industrial complex. The commons, things we all share, things we all pay into, things that were never meant to be profitable, but have become so. We don't just have a military industrial complex now, we've got an awful lot of them. Too many. We have the exact same economic conditions that led us to the Republican Great Depression of the late 20s and 30s, 1920s and 30s. All the conditions are there. Vast wealth inequality, the privatization of too much of our lives, and the prospect of war. And quite frankly, I'm not talking about Ukraine, I'm about China. All the Republican Great Depression, pre-World War II conditions are there. But that doesn't mean that we have to go down the same path. We can do better. Our history is not laid out in front of us. Our future is not laid out in front of us. It hasn't been determined yet. We can change it. If you're overweight, you can change your diet, lose weight. You can exercise more. There's a traffic jam, you know, in your normal way to work, you can take a different path. We can do the same thing. We can stop this prison industrial complex. We can stop this education industrial complex. We can stop this health industrial complex. All of it. We can stop these things because we've done it before. The New Deal is not just a historical event. It's a future. We simply have to have the nerve, the brains, the courage to reinstitute it. Phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. My sincere apologies for not opening the phone line while our guests were on. As you could tell, there was a lot to talk about. And sometimes, now I love having many, many guests at the same time. I think it helps conversation. I have forgotten my own phone number. I think it helps conversation, but it sometimes then makes it harder to, makes it much harder to take phone calls. So my apologies for that, but we're open now. Randall's on the line. Go for it, my friend.
Yeah, it was very incredibly dense. That's the only words I can put into it. That your show tonight,
like heavy, like real, like heavy, like very weighty, very.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I understand. It's a. I don't want to say.
What are you using my hippie term heavy for? Huh?
Yeah. That's right. No, I'm embracing my inner. I'm embracing my inner Randall. No, I agree with you. It is. It's a very. I think dense is probably a good word for it. It's a heavy, weighty. It's a burdensome topic. It weighs on you. It drags you down. But I think what our guests showed is that it doesn't. It gets them down, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can do something about it. We simply have to have like so many things, like so many things. We simply have to have the guts to do something about it.
You know, I went to a then United Presbyterian supported college in the deep South in North Carolina in the early 70s. And they still had North Carolina still had chain gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think Mississippi still does.
Yeah, I think Mississippi still does too. But you know, they all throughout the state, like this is the interstate wasn't even done yet, so it was still US 40 down there.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was US 70 down there. Now parallel to it is Interstate 40 going east to west. But in any case, all along there, from the mountains to the coast, they had many stockade prisons for the chain gangs. And, you know, essentially it was a quasi hut or two with a perimeter fence around it. And you were put in like 7 p.m. and let out at 7 a.m. to go to work, and anything goes inside. There was no separation of prisoners. That, you know, it was total anarchy. At 12 hours, you were locked in there overnight. And how do I know this? Because I communicated with prisoners. You know, and it's just, you know, it's mind-boggling. That in a lot of ways, especially in for-profit prisons in this country, things haven't changed much. You know, I mean, that's the sad thing. For-profit prisons, yeah, that's what the chain gang system was in the Dallas Deep South. It was a for-profit system. You know, you'd work, your labor would be assigned out to a farmer in the area, you know, to pick cotton or whatever. You know, like I said, there's not much change between the for-profit and the old traditional Southern chain gang system.
I agree. And in fact, we must also remember that most, if not all, of the quote unquote police departments throughout the South were founded as slave patrols to return.
Oh yeah,
police
were absolutely. That was the original concept of police, was the slave patrols down south. Absolutely. And I, you know, I wish you'd brought up when the panel was there, Jeff, the comment I left, you know, that you made the comment, all the police cars and stuff used to have protect and serve on them. And I commented, well, that went out the window when, you know, the radical Republicans on the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that cops don't have to protect the citizens. And you know, it's just another conservative ruling that hurts everyone in this country, and turns the police into Gestapo, in my opinion.
Oh, paramilitary at a minimum.
Oh, at a minimum, absolutely.
And you know, and I don't say that, I don't say this frivolously or just sound funny. But when before I was a kid, because my dad used to watch the reruns, the police were Andy Griffith. That's who we thought, that's who the police were. That's who police and sheriffs were. They were public peace officers. That's it. They were public safety. They were traffic cops. They were, you know, they were around in parades to make sure nothing went wrong. They were, you know, that it was that kind of thing. Crowd control. That was it. That was pretty much it. You know, Andy Griffith always had the, you know, Otis the drunk in the in the lockup occasionally, and you know, remember that show? He was always telling Barney that he didn't need to wear his gun everywhere, and that he was a little too trigger happy, and he was too quick to arrest people and escalate situations. They didn't use that kind of language back then, but you know, and I realize it was a TV show. It's not, it's a little bit of Americana, a lost bit of Americana, but that's, then they became, and it was to protect and serve on the side of the cars. And it was, responding to traffic accidents and things like that, being for crowd control for fire, when there was a fire, or clearing the way for funerals, or for fire trucks to respond to other accidents, or showing up where EMS needed to be, things like that. We have escalated our police, especially since 9/11. And I watched this happen in New York City because I was working there, where the police went from trusted public safety officers to somehow deified in every bad way you could think of. And they took advantage of it, and they enjoyed it. They enjoyed the heroification. I just made up a word there. They enjoyed this ascendance into herodom way too much, and they borrowed off that goodwill. And what John said is true, and we kind of use it as a disclaimer, because we don't want to look like we're beating up on cops. Look, to criticize something doesn't mean that you hate it. It means that you want it to be better. I don't criticize the government or politics or my own party because I hate it. It's because I care about it, and because I want it to be better. The opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy. When you completely 100% don't care about something, is probably the worst. That's not hate, it's apathy. And it also means you could never love it because you don't care enough. The police were transformed. They were escalated. They were evolved, I guess, upward, if you want to look at it that way. It's probably not the right word, into some sort of paramilitary.
Absolutely. And when it all began under Bush Jr., it might, you know what? It might even began under.
No, I think you're right. I think a little bit of
when
it
the
was
military surplus, armored personnel carriers, etc., were deeded from the Department of Defense to local police and local sheriff's departments across the country. That's when we started on the road to paramilitary.
And that was done as just a way to get the military to buy new equipment. Oh, we'll give it to local municipalities, or worse, we'll sell it to local municipalities, and then the DOD will have to buy new stuff. And then we can charge, DOD can sell the Hummer that we sold them for $2 million. They can sell it to a municipality for 50 grand, and then we can sell them another one for 4 million. Everybody, and all the money just rolls around, and it is all money. It is all money. That's where the prison complex comes from. These prisoners have become sources of income, either because, of course, I just knocked the microphone on my headset. It has to happen at least once a show, because they get a per head fee from whatever state or municipality. Then, of course, we then make the prisoners work for pennies a day, and then we charge them for anything outside of the basics. Toothpaste, you got to buy that. Toothbrush, you got to buy that. You want anything more to eat outside the 3 meals, you got to buy that. Oh, your shoes wore out, you got to buy them. Put a hole in your shirt, you got to buy that. You want to make a phone call, you got to buy that. It's all, we've created these industries in places where they don't belong. I go back again to something I said at the close to the beginning of the interview with our guests. The Quakers in Pennsylvania saw prison as rehabilitative. That was the goal of it. Now it's just housing humans. It's human. It's a human corporate farm, except we're not growing new ones. We're housing them, and in shit conditions at best. And then when what happens I talked about this. Well, I know I posted the story. I wish I knew how far back it went. And it was in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Then when the inmates say, wait, we're not doing this anymore. We're going on strike. And those inmates in Texas were not going on strike to be released. They were just asking for things like food, the ability to see a doctor, to not have to pay for everything, and that they were working for nothing. And they weren't just working, you know, the old stereotypical things we've seen in the movies forever and ever, making license plates. Companies were actually coming in, paying the prison bureau money to have the inmates do work for them. And they got paid nothing. It's called slave labor. And when they said, no, we're not doing this anymore, they got the hell beaten out of them for it. Some of them got additional charges, of course, put on top of them. It's barbaric. We're not the shining city on a hill. We're not the example people think we are. Actually, we're an example, but we're not the example people think we should be. But that doesn't mean that we can't be again.
When the Democratic Party finally took majority control of county council in 2019, one of the first things they did, well, they started to establish a county board of health, which, you know, took most of the first 2 years of the pandemic to get to that stage that we have a county board of health. But the other big issue,
well, there's still counties in PA that don't have a board of health.
County was, we were going to do away with the Republican controlled, you know, when they controlled everything here in Delaware County, the Republican Party. We're going to do away with the county for-profit prison system, which we have done. So, yes, I'm not always happy with my party, the Democratic Party, but we are still going forward into New Deal ideas and New Deal solutions. And I just gave you two that that Democrats have done since, you know, after 150 years of Republicans controlling Delaware County here in Pennsylvania. We took full control in 2019.
And remember,
we're just moving forward.
And remember, coming out of the pandemic, conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson himself said that it would take Roosevelt-style policies to get the United Kingdom's economy back up to speed out of the pandemic. He did none of that, and their economy continues to struggle. But he himself said in public, in an interview and in speeches, it would take quote unquote Roosevelt style policies. That means the New Deal. That means massive government spending. Now, what did Trump do during the pandemic? He gave everybody money.
He for a 4-year presidency,
he gave everybody money
of our national debt.
Yep.
But it all went to lowering the taxes of the ultra rich and the biggest corporations in this country.
83% of an $8.4 trillion tax cut went to the top 1%, the largest corporations.
Yep.
Period. We only got a few minutes left. I'm going to say goodbye, my friend. You better stay healthy. Don't make me come down there.
All right. I'll see you, Jeff. God bless.
All right, you got it. We have just under 4 minutes left in the program. Remember, The Villain's View, Sergeant Mack. The Villain's View comes up right after us at 9 p.m. right here. That other side of information and hot101.net. We are thrilled to have George back with us this week. George, as we wrap up, what did you think of all of that?
Very powerful. I have no words for it, but I can't even imagine being in that situation. I mean, coming from a family of law enforcement, but just wow, it was very powerful.
I mean, think about what Dewan said. He went in at 28. He is now 58. He has been inside longer than he was outside. And a man who's willing to say, I did some bad stuff, but I turned my life around and I shouldn't be here anymore. And I think that sometimes the grand scheme of the racist aspects of this, the for-profit industry aspects of this, all that, are sometimes easier to see compared to just the simple story of a man like Dewan who said, I screwed up. I did some bad things in my life, but I've changed. That's not me anymore. I'm a better person, and I simply do not deserve to be here anymore, and to be inside more than outside. I'm wondering maybe if it's just not that simple. You know what I mean? Like, it's easy to look at the prison industrial complex, but just look at the not simple case, but that's not the way to put it. The individual case of a man like Dewan, who's honest enough to say, I deserve to be here originally, but not for 30 years. And how many degrees did he say was gonna, what was he, 2 degrees, I think he's finished?
Yeah.
I mean, it is powerful. It's bloody powerful. It's amazing to think of. My God. And there's thousands, tens, probably hundreds of thousands of men just like him. This might sound like a different topic, but I'm down to my last minute. This might sound like a different topic, but think about it this way. If we stopped prosecuting, if we legalized marijuana, how much of this problem would simply go away? That a 16-year-old black kid with 1/8 of an ounce of pot in his pocket, that was no longer a crime. How much of this problem would go away? George, thank you for being back here again this week. We've missed you. And the program isn't the same when you're not here. So thank you for being here.
Thanks, sir.
To everyone at TCP, Whitney, Marquise, Taekwon, Andrew, I hope I didn't miss anybody. To our whole family at hot101.net, that's DJ Lexus, DJ Earl, Chino, Waterboy, everybody at Hot 101. To April Riddick, who was supposed to be on the program tonight, and I shall lash her later about it. And of course, to Kristen and to my wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guests. That is it for us this week. We will see you next week. I don't remember what the date is, but we'll see you next week. Until then, please take care of yourselves and each other. The Villain's View starts right now.